Honorable members, under suspension, we were debating a compendium of bills. I presume that we are now ready. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Pinewood.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, before I get into my contributions, I rise on behalf of the good people of the Pinewood constituency, who I'm forever grateful for their continued support. Madam Speaker, I promise that my contribution will be very brief. Madam Speaker, I'd just like to remind constituents of our branch meeting to be held on 7 p.m. next week, Tuesday, at the Cleveland Aeneas Primary School. DPM would be the guest speaker, and all constituents and residents are invited. Madam Speaker, I'd also like to send out condolences to all those of Pinewood who would have lost loved ones. Madam Speaker, the words that are frequently mentioned, in particular towards those in public life, are transparency, accountability, public trust, good governance, and so forth. Madam Speaker, these bills, in my view, will help in rebuilding that public trust that have been eroded over time and swiftly eroding as of late due to the arrest of public officials and other reported scandals. Madam Speaker, it is imperative that the public trust their public officials, and that trust could only exist if society can see the said words being demonstrated by officials. Madam Speaker, most of us in this place, on both sides, want what is best for our country and our hard-working, honest people. There are many members who serve this country from this place who died as paupers. Both sides, when in government, have had to assist former members on both sides when faced mostly with health challenges and the inability of those individuals to pay their bills. Madam Speaker, we look no further. We don't have to look no further than the Member of Parliament for Angleston, who is in her 5th consecutive term and whose father did 7 terms with not one level of malfeasance or misfeasance that were ever leveled against her or her father. Madam Speaker, it is my view that we should not throw out the baby with the bathwater. And sometimes, especially in this toxic time of social media, there is a belief that don't line up with the facts. Madam Speaker, however, in a lot of ways, perception is reality. There is a belief by some in our society that all or most of our public officials have bad intentions and have committed illegal acts. And I say that most of us in this place on both sides know that that just ain't true. Madam Speaker, while the number of public officials may not be large, individuals do exist. Hence, the reason why we are here debating these important pieces of legislation. Madam Speaker, these bills lay out in comprehensive fashion the government's position as it relates to conduct of public and private officials while protecting those individuals who report alleged bad behavior. The government should be commended for these pieces of legislation. While these bills may not address all of the concerns, they represent, in my view, a great start. Madam Speaker, as former chairman of the Public Disclosure Commission, I was amazed at the lack of appreciation by some parliamentarians and senior government officials when declaration time came around. Hint, hint, it's right on our doors again, Madam Speaker. There seemed to have been no urgency at all by some. To be fair, there were many on both sides who submitted their declarations and submitted them in on time. Madam Speaker, an independent commission with full investigative powers to examine witnesses and refer prosecution is indeed needed today to ensure public trust. Madam Speaker, while former administrations took steps forward towards accountability of public officials, these pieces of legislation are the most detailed yet. Madam Speaker, I adopt the contributions of the mover, the Member of Parliament from Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador, and the seconder, the MP for Elizabeth, and other speakers on this side as it relates to these most important bills. With these few words, Madam Speaker, Pinewood is on record in support of these bills. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I wish we had at least 10 more like you. As many, the chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Garden Hills. Oh, over here. The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for East Grand Bahama.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I would say at the outset that I will not be as short as the member for Pinewood. But Madam Speaker, it is a privilege again to speak in this honorable place and to speak on behalf of the good and the special people of the East Grand Bahama constituency. Madam Speaker, in July 2024, Chief Superintendent Michael Johnson, then the head of the Criminal Investigation Department, CID, which is the largest criminal investigation department in the country, was placed on administrative leave following the leak of voice notes allegedly implicating him and other officials or other officers in potential misconduct. In November, and I take note of what the member for Angleton is saying, in November of 2024, U.S. federal prosecutors indicted 13 individuals, including high-ranking members of the Royal Bahamas Police Force, one in charge of the largest international airport in the country, and the Royal Bahamas Defense Force, allegedly for their roles in a massive cocaine importation conspiracy. Alleged. These scandals are some of the most damaging national and international corruption cases, I believe, in Bahamian history. Senior law enforcement officials, those who were entrusted to protect our borders and to uphold the law, were instead facilitating drug trafficking, allegedly.
Yes. All of these cases now, remember, they are before the courts. Yes. Yes.
Presumes innocence. the right to a fair trial by an impartial jury. So I don't think we should, particularly talking about a third state advancing this parliament, the sovereign parliament, facts which we have no knowledge of.
Thank you, Honorable Member. And as I
Madam
was
Speaker,
saying,
I will withdraw that.
Yes.
I take your point.
yes, and we have to withdraw that. And remember now,
I take your
these
point.
persons are not here to defend themselves, so we have to be very careful. when we put
Madam
the-
Speaker, I
the
take your
names.
point. I'll move on from that. That's not a point that I will take up. But Madam Speaker, the Bahamian people deserve answers to those outstanding questions, because unfortunately there is an indictment, and the Bahamian public deserves answers with respect to that situation.
And I agree with you, Honorable Member, and that's why it's before the courts. And the courts,
Like I said, Madam,
by way
I
of
do.
judgment will provide all the answers.
I do
that
not
we need.
intend to litigate that. I do not intend to litigate that. But there are some other questions, Madam Speaker, for the Bahamian public that I believe the Bahamian public deserves answers for. Concerned citizens demand transparency and real reforms to restore confidence and to prevent these incidences or these alleged incidences from occurring again. In my view, this administration, I believe, has not protected the integrity of our law enforcement agencies. Without honest answers, Madam Speaker, and I believe immediate action, there is no guarantee that we will not find ourselves in this circumstance again. It is also not about assigning blame. Although I believe there may be plenty to go around, there is serious unanswered questions. How is it that these incidences would have occurred or possibly occurred without detection? Why was it that the U.S. Department of Justice took action instead of the Bahamian authorities? Were there systematic failures which would allow these circumstances to occur? And why did existing anti-corruption laws in the Bahamas, within the Royal Bahamas Police Force and also within the Royal Bahamas Defense Force, did they fail? There was also mentioned, Madam Speaker, by the Prime Minister that he would send a diplomatic note to request who the person was that was mentioned in the indictment. Was there an answer to that diplomatic note that was sent by the Prime Minister? And how does the government plan to rebuild public trust in law enforcement after such a scandal? Madam Speaker, we, I believe, must first change the culture of secret governance in the country. What I would call governance in the dark. There are circumstances that I believe we could do better in sharing information to the public. For example, with respect to the sale of the Grand Lucayan Resort, with respect to the renovation and PPP project with respect to the Grand Bahama Airport, with respect to the $20 million loan for housing, with respect to the, and it was, the member for Elizabeth did make mention today about the BPL deal, but also with respect to the PPP secret off-the-book loans, Madam Speaker. What are the details with respect to the secret PPP loans? Also, the secret settlements that the government made to Bahamian citizens with Bahamian citizens' money. Also, the procurement lack of information as to why there was a host of direct award contracts. I asked a question about the Fiscal Responsibility Council. I've asked many questions about the Fiscal Responsibility Council, but yet we still have no answers with respect to the Fiscal Responsibility Council. Transparency is the foundation of trust in any government. And in today's world, it is no longer optional. It is expected. The Bahamian people have evolved. They are more informed, more engaged, and more demanding of accountability than ever before. Yet the way the government operates has failed to keep pace with these changing expectations. We are living in an era where transparency is the global norm. Citizens rightfully expect full disclosure on public spending, policy decisions, and government contracts. A government that hides behind secrecy only fuels suspicion and erodes public confidence. Madam Speaker, even the government recently published monthly reports, as they must publish monthly and quarterly budget reports. These budget reports are to be published no later than 4 weeks after the end of the reporting period. So if they're reporting for October, October's report should be no later than 4 weeks after October. If they're reporting November, it should be 4 weeks after November. This administration has operated in almost total breach of this statutory requirement, with almost every single budget report being published late. Does the government have the information, but is electing not to publish it in line with what the law requires? But what is particularly revealing is what we saw played out in the probably past 10 days. In a rapid succession since last week, the government all of a sudden have found it convenient to release the reports of October, November, and December, just before the midterm budget. These reports reveal devastating news on the state of the government's finances, each revealing a rapid deterioration of the government's fiscal deficit and an apparent abandonment of any sense of financial discipline, as the government's deficit has now reached just under $400 million at the end of the mid-year. The government's budget deficit for the entire year is $69 million. But at mid-year, they are almost $400 million. How will this be made up in the next 6 months? How will the government make up a surplus of almost $500 million in the next 6 months? Especially, Madam Speaker, during a time when traditionally you spend more in the second half of the year. We will, of course, have more to say on this. And we await the upcoming midterm budget report and hope that it will contain strong measures that this administration will take to curb its, what I believe, wasteful and extravagant spending and to get its fiscal house in order. Madam Speaker, with respect to the whistleblowers bill, I did raise the question to the member for Cat Island. I had discussions with the member for Freetown as well as the member for Englishton. But I believe that Section 4B of the bill ought to be amended. If my understanding is correct, which is that the whistleblowers bill, the protections under the whistleblowers bill, and the protections under the whistleblowers bill include not being subject to employment harassment, not being subject to employment issues, not being subject to criminal, civil, being liable for criminal or civil protections. If in that bill it specifically says that those protections or the jurisdiction of that bill does not apply with respect to the same bill that we are debating today, the Independent Commissioners Bill. And bear in mind that the Independent Commissioners Bill deals with alleged criminal acts, wrongdoings of police officers, Royal Bahamas Defense Force officers, and also public officials, members of parliament, permanent secretaries, and the like. So my question is, if the protections under the Whistleblowers Act do not apply to the Independent Commissioners Bill, first question is, why are we debating them together if one does not apply to the other? And two, if those protections under the Whistleblowers Bill do not apply to the independent commissioners, then what protections apply to the independent commissioners, to someone making a complaint under the Independent Commissioners Bill? And I'll have, depending on my time, I may have more to say about that coming up. But, Madam Speaker, we are debating again because there were previous calls from members on our side to the need for a commission of inquiry. And we heard the response from the government side. But I believe, Madam Speaker, this bill does not and should not prevent a commission of inquiry from occurring. Passing the bills do not replace the having of a commission of inquiry. They perform different functions. It is, in my view, that the bill that we are debating today, has at its core investigations of individuals. I believe a commission of inquiry can be focused on systemic failures. The last commission of inquiry was called after international allegations that the government was taking bribes to facilitate drug trafficking.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Fort Charlotte.
The honourable member should be well aware that that is not the last commission of inquiry. Because the last commission of inquiry,
We had one on the Sea Hauler incident.
we've had at least two. One under the administration of the Free National Movement, and another under the Progressive Liberal Party's administration.
Okay. I stand to be corrected, Madam Speaker. There's again, I stand to be corrected on that, so thank you very much for that. The Prime Minister Davis is reported to have, on 2 occasions, called for and promised the appointment of a commission of inquiry. In June 2020, Davis, who was the leader of the Progressive Liberal Party, and at that time he was leader of opposition, called on the government to launch a commission of inquiry into events surrounding Hurricane Dorian. And I quote, "I think we need an inquiry that is wider than this mandate or the coroner's inquest as to what preparation was made in the pre-hurricane, what happened during the hurricane, and the post-hurricane recovery." This is what the then leader of the opposition, the now Prime Minister, had said. He also said these words, "You need a holistic investigation of what went on and what went wrong." And I repeat, he said, "You need a holistic investigation of what went on and what went wrong." The state is a powerful entity, and a commission would be about purifying the administration of justice in the country. This is what the then leader of the opposition, the now Prime Minister, said. He also said, "As soon as I'm in power, I would establish a commission of inquiry to stamp out unjust practices and to hold accountable anyone who was found responsible." So at that time, he called for the commission of inquiry and promised a commission of inquiry when he took office. He also, in 2012, made statements again saying that at the time they took office, he would support a commission of inquiry, saying these words on Clifford Park, April 2012. He said, "I will give my support to the appointment within the first 100 days in office, a commission of inquiry to investigate the scandalous episodes of the misconduct by the outgoing administration." Madam Speaker, the commission of inquiry, I believe, would be appropriate to look at what happened at the airport and to also look at what happened in CID, to look at systemic failures, not just look at what took place with individual officers, but to look at systemic failures, if any, at the airport, and to look at systemic failures, if any, at CID. So I believe there is a case to be made for a commission of inquiry. Madam Speaker, in Jamaica, there are 2 different distinct laws. There is one that deals with police and investigating security officers on the one hand, which is called, in Jamaica, it is called the Independent Commission of Investigations Act. That applies to police officers and security force officers. On the other hand, there is a Integrity Commission Act that deals with anti-corruption, public disclosures, and codes of conduct of public officers. There are 2 distinct tracks. There's one for police officers and defense force officers, and another when it comes to public officers. That's members of parliament, senators, permanent secretaries, public officers, go down the line. There are 2 specific tracks, 2 specific laws that deal with this, 2 specific commissions that deal with this. what we have here today is a watered-down version of both of those combined in one. What I believe, Madam Speaker, is a knee-jerk reaction to the very public international police scandals. These are serious issues with the present, there are serious issues with the present bill, which does not, I believe, move the needle forward in addressing the situation of corruption to all, or with respect to all public offices. For example, in Jamaica, that has the Integrity Commission, the Integrity Commission Act has a code of conduct in that act. And that code of conduct goes beyond the criminal law. But it speaks to how you should conduct yourself as a public official. In addition to that, it also speaks to disclosures. So there is a specific law that requires public officials to disclose. And there is a body that you are accountable to, and there's a body that investigates breaches of disclosures, and a body that breaches when it comes to codes of conduct. Let us also look at the history of this bill. So in 2024, in November, I believe it was, there was a version that was tabled that did not lay out all of the public offices in detail. It just said public officers. It did not detail members of parliament, did not detail all of the permanent secretaries and those and the like. The reason why I said it doesn't move the needle with respect to the public officials is, one, there is already a law in place with respect to public officials. For example, bribery. There's already a law that says that a public official that commits bribery can be charged, can be investigated by the police. That's already in the law, already exists. Cases have already occurred with respect to that. Now, I understand their reason for bringing in the police, because again, the police should not be investigating themselves. So the police should not be charging themselves. The police should not be investigating themselves. So I understand why you have a separate commission that is looking into investigating the police, because there may be issues with a...
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Freetown.
I don't mean to interrupt East Grand Bahama, but the very policeman he spoke about is presently charged before the court on a police investigation. And in Jamaica, I understand the current prime minister was investigated by the very bodies he touts and is still in office. So I wondered if he was suggesting that somehow that construct is to be preferred to this construct, because I'm wondering if that's the point he's making. That is a point of order.
The point
Thank you, honorable member.
The point I'm making, Madam Speaker, is I'm trying to understand the government's reasoning for including public officials in this act without including the codes of conduct that are in the Jamaican law. So, for example, in the Jamaican law, politicians, public officers, they are subject to that code of conduct. They are subject to the disclosures. And if they do not abide by what is in law with respect to the disclosures, if they do not abide by what is in law with respect to the codes of conduct, there is a body that can investigate it, and a body that is separate from the government that is able to investigate it and prosecute it. what we are doing here today, we are not adding a separate code of conduct. We are not adding the disclosure under this law, because the disclosure part of it still is separate. So if there is a breach in the disclosure law at present, this investigative body does not have jurisdiction to deal with breaches of disclosure.
The chair recognizes
Clarification.
the honorable member for Engliston.
Yes, the member, and I did speak during the break on the legislation, but I'm looking at the Independent Commission of Investigations Bill, and in particular, Clause 13(3). A person who makes a complaint under subsection 2, which relates to public officer, public body, who in the course of duty of employment, et cetera, is protected, and such disclosure shall not be regarded as breach of duty or breach of his contract of employment or breach of secrecy or confidentiality if that person acted in good faith and in the reasonable belief that the information contained in the complaint is substantially true.
It's identical to what's in the protected.
With the exception, and I accept and thank the member for Engliston, with the exception that it does not take it the step further that the Whistleblowers Act takes it, in that you are, in the Whistleblowers Act, you are exempted from criminal prosecution, you are exempted from civil prosecution with respect to your, and also your employer cannot do anything, cannot intimidate you, cannot do anything against it. So that's why I'm saying, Madam Speaker. Now, if the government believes that it is the same, if the government believes that it is, you can make that case, you can make that argument, but for my understanding and the point that I want to make is, I believe there are protections under the Whistleblowers Act that ought to apply to the Independent Commission and anyone making that complaint under the Independent Commission. So,
Proceeding because you are complaining against someone, so the confrontation is different than what you're talking about under the other legislation.
so Madam Speaker, again, with respect to, and I accept, again, I understand the point that Engliston is making. I was on a different point in terms of the code of conduct. That with respect to the code of conduct, why could we not include a code of conduct in this bill? Why could we not have included the disclosures in this bill, which would have given the Commission the jurisdiction to deal with breaches of disclosure and would have given the Commission the ability to deal with breaches of the code of conduct? That is what we in the country have not done. We have not established a code of conduct for public officials and for permanent secretaries and government workers, and we have not submitted ourselves to a body that has jurisdiction to deal with breaches of those codes of conduct. Because that's the next step that I believe the public wants from us, and that's the next step that I believe we all should want. We all should agree a code of conduct. Look at the integrity bill of 2017. Look at the Integrity Act of that's in Jamaica, and submit ourselves to the jurisdiction of a body that would govern and would look at breaches of that code of conduct. Madam Speaker, what we have, Madam Speaker, when it comes to the, and I want to be clear, what we have before us today, the bill is concerned with investigating specific incidents of misconduct and breaches of law by members of security officers and also specific officials. That's what we have here now. But it does not prevent us from having a holistic public inquiry, which would be the Commission of Inquiry. That's what we need. What we have here today, Madam Speaker, also is the Commission functions, including receiving complaints, supervising investigations, searches, premises, so on, and then once they find something, they recommend it to the Director of Public Prosecutions for individuals. That's what we have. But what we need is to include declarations, to include codes of conduct, and submit ourselves to those codes of conduct, which goes beyond bribery and beyond those criminal offenses, those old, very old criminal offenses, but it goes to breach of duty, it goes to conflict of interest, those things that may today not necessarily be criminal offenses, but they are things that public officials ought to abide by and ought to subject themselves to scrutiny for. Also, when it comes to disclosing for the finances, we ought to submit ourselves to a body that will govern and look at and investigate breaches of those financial wrongdoings. Madam Speaker, I believe that that is the time that I have, and I believe that brings my speech to a conclusion. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Ismini. The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Fort Charlotte.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, on behalf of the people of Fort Charlotte, I want to just establish the context of this debate and why this debate is so important. Because what we're talking about are the public goods of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. These public goods do not belong to the PLP, the FNM. They belong to the Bahamian people. Yes. And every single citizen of this Commonwealth has an equal right. That's a basic assumption, presumption, and principle of democracy.
Yes.
We are fortunate today, Madam Speaker, to have been given the privilege of managing those public goods. And the fair conduct management of the public goods has been a continuing issue within the Bahamas even before our independence. And for those of us who are younger, right? In other words, we weren't involved in the struggle for majority rule, and sometimes we forget about the struggle that we are now privileged to lead, Madam Speaker. And I want to remind colleagues that in 1963, after the election in 1962, let us learn some lessons, because you had the Premier and you had the Minister of Finance and Tourism. And what was interesting, Madam Speaker, the Premier said that one of the ways that we will ensure that there will not be any mismanagement or corruption in the management of the public affairs is because we have people, and Colin Hughes, Race and Politics in the Bahamas, quote Sir Roland Simonet. And he said, the people who run the executive council of the colony at that time, they were wealthy people. So they didn't have a need to be preoccupied with their personal aggrandizement using public goods. That's what he said. He said they were all well off. They had their own money. And Madam Speaker, 1 year later, in 1964, the Minister of Finance and the Minister of Tourism joined the board of the Royal Bank of Canada as a director. This is the minister now. And when Mr. Paul Adderley challenged it and said, this really is a conflict of interest, you know what they said? They said, but the Royal Bank of Canada is the bank for the government. And having the Minister of Finance on the board of directors of the Royal Bank of Canada will help with tourism and promotion and investment. But, Madam Speaker, but you know, life is funny because we don't live in a world of our own. In 1966, the Wall Street Journal published a Pulitzer Prize-winning investigation alleging that gangsters were involved in casinos in the Bahamas. And of course, Madam Speaker, in 1967, the first majority rule government came to office, and a commission of inquiry was appointed. It was called the Bacon Commission, after the chairman. And this commission of inquiry, all of these well-to-do people on the Executive Council, the Commission of Inquiry disclosed that the entire Executive Council was on consultancy contract with the Grand Bahama Amusement Company, I think it was. In other words, from the Premier, the Minister of Tourism, the Minister of Finance, the Speaker, and you know, they're all known to us because it is in the records of the House of Assembly. Most of them were taking personal remuneration. But you could defend them. You here. In other words, Madam Speaker, this was the first commission of inquiry in recent times, right? Out of that, Madam Speaker, in 1976, this Parliament passed the Public Disclosure Act we're talking about misuse of the public goods of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, right? Madam Speaker, it was intended by Parliament that the 1976 Public Disclosure Act would create the transparency, ensure public confidence in the fair management of our affairs. But then in 1983, NBC, Nightly News, published a story alleging drug smuggling throughout the Bahamas, and that Bahamian public officials had been bribed. That was the allegation. That was the allegation. Let us be fair. That was the allegation. That was the allegation. And the Commission of Inquiry, which was chaired by Sir James Smith, did a very comprehensive commission of inquiry. Comprehensive commission of inquiry. And they made some negative findings against certain public officials within our society. And we know that there were major shake-up in our public life within the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. And then, Madam Speaker, in 1995, the FNM administration constituted and established a commission of inquiry to look at the operation and affairs of Bahamas Air, the Hotel Corporation, and Patelco. Again, Madam Speaker, we see commissions of inquiry which had been constituted under the Progressive Liberal Party government, under the FNM government, to deal with issues of management of the common goods of the Bahamian society. Madam Speaker, in 2017, and there were two other commissions, but they were dealing with very specific occurrences and events, such as a wreck, a shipwreck, and the Zara Quinn. Laura Quinn, thank you. The Laura Quinn. But something different happened in 2017. In 2017, there was a recognition that there needed to be, rather than an ad hoc commission of inquiry, and a commission of inquiry cannot be established by a private citizen, Madam Speaker. A commission of inquiry is in the hands of the government of the day. The government defines the terms of reference. The government selects the commissioners. The government also assembles the technical staff to support the commission. Okay. Well, the Governor General is part of the government. I mean, it's the head of state. Okay. It is appointed by, Madam Speaker, the Governor General, Her Excellency, on the recommendation of the Prime Minister. And, Madam Speaker, in 2007, there must have been a recognition that there needed to be, as has been recommended by the OAS when they reviewed the Public Disclosure Act of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas and other multilateral bodies, as well as national bodies, that there needed to be a machinery that is permanent, that can be initiated not just by the government through the Governor General, but that the average person, that the citizen would have the right and the power to trigger an investigation. And this is why I believe, Madam Speaker, in 2017, the Integrity Commission bill was laid in this House. In 2017, Madam Speaker, it was the expectation within the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, and I remember many of us, including myself, engaged in a public discourse, making recommendations to the government how the integrity bill could be improved and be made as effective as possible. Because we all recognize, Madam Speaker, going from 1967, when the Bacon Commission was established, that there needed to be a permanent mechanism where a citizen seeing wrongdoing, a member of the security forces, could trigger an investigation. A citizen who wants to defend the public goods of the society can be a whistleblower and trigger an investigation. And that the mechanism, the resources, and the expertise would be in place so that that citizen action could result in a scrutiny in accordance with the established principles of due process, and that there would be, at the end of the day, a just outcome. Now, Madam Speaker, the honorable member for East Grand Bahama was talking about a code of conduct, but I think, and I know this was not deliberate, I think the member would have also overlooked that a former leader of the FNM has made a very significant contribution in this area. Because all of us today in the cabinet and in successive cabinet benefit from the work of Mr. Hubert Ingram, because there is a cabinet manual that establishes a code of conduct. Not only, it's a code, it's not an act. It's a code. It's a code. It's just like it's just like the code of good industrial conduct, right? It's a code. But the point is, Madam Speaker, is that it was recognized in 2017 that there needed to be a comprehensive mechanism that will empower citizens of this society to be involved in the protection and ensuring the transparency in the conduct of the public goods of the society. And they, in 2007, excited our expectation. In 2017, I'm sorry, thank you. Excited our expectation and had bipartisan support, right? And Madam Speaker, for whatever reason, it did not materialize. So from 2000, Madam Speaker, from 1966, 67, from the Bacon Commission to now, again, we have an opportunity, Madam Speaker. And the Independent Commission of Investigations, it is different from the Integrity Commission in terms of the composition of the commission. In fact, in this commission, it is proposed for the consideration of this honorable parliament that there be 3 commissioners, and in the appointment of every one of those 3, that the leader of the opposition would be consulted. In the Integrity Commission that they proposed in 2017, the leader of the opposition was not consulted in the majority of the appointment. It was proposing to give the Prime Minister, without consulting the leader of the opposition, the right to appoint someone, only had to consult with the Christian Council, the right to appoint someone consulting with BICA, someone consulting with the Bahamas Bar Association. So what we see here, Madam Speaker, I would respectfully submit, is that this is following the standard of the Constitution. In other words, the Prime Minister, in appointing the Chief Justice of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, consults with the leader of the opposition. And here in this bill, there is consultation. Then when it comes to removal of the commissioners, we see that there is a certain security. In other words, a commissioner cannot be removed without cause. A commissioner can only be removed under 4 causes: inability, failure to discharge the duty, misbehavior, or by conflict of interest in terms of contract with the government. So we see, Madam Speaker, it's similar to the constitutional provision where someone in the judiciary cannot be moved unless for inability or misbehavior, and there is a very strict process by which that is done. In other words, Madam Speaker, we recognize that the commissioners are serving in a quasi-judicial function and should have, as close as possible, the same safeguards as a justice of the Supreme Court has under the provision of the Constitution with respect to appointment, as well as with respect to removal. And furthermore, Madam Speaker, unlike many of the other legislation that we have passed and that exists within our Commonwealth, the independence of this quasi-judicial body is stated. Madam Speaker, if you look at Section 6, subsection 2, it says subject, not to the minister. It says subject to one authority, the Constitution. And then it goes on to say, the commission shall not be subject to the discretion, to the direction or control of any person or any authority. In other words, we see here in this architecture before us, in the appointment, in the removal, and also in the operation, that there would be independence, Madam Speaker. Also, Madam Speaker, there's a recognition that the role of the Commission would be greater than simply the adjudication of individual complaints. It says that it will also have a review function, looking at policy, looking at procedure, looking at the conditions of service of public officers. In other words, looking at the systemic features of the public management apparatus of our state. In other words, an authority out of which a complaint was made. It's not just to look at the complaint, but look at the terms of service, look at the procedure. So we see, Madam Speaker, that this commission is given what they call the power of review, not just of an individual case, but to look at the system. Then it goes on to say, Madam Speaker, that the commission will be a mechanism of international cooperation. The Bahamas is often, Madam Speaker, put on negative lists because of lack of international cooperation. So here we see that the commission is empowered with the consent of the minister to enter into memoranda of understanding with foreign countries and foreign jurisdiction. And then, Madam Speaker, we see that the commission also has the authority by this statute to initiate an investigation, not to wait until somebody comes and makes a complaint, but the commission may, if it thinks that there is an issue of public concern, the commission can take it upon itself and initiate an investigation. We also see, Madam Speaker, some interesting aspects with both of these bills. It's what you call an element of extraterritoriality. That is that if we look, for example, at Section 2 of the Protected Disclosure Bill, we will see that you can commit a wrong under this bill, even if you're not in the Bahamas. If any of the enumerated wrongdoing has been committed outside of the Bahamas, and it's been 5 years ago, but the disclosure or the whistleblower disclosure comes after the commencement of this bill, you can go back and you can take that as a live matter for adjudication under the protected disclosure. We also see, Madam Speaker, provision that if the police has an investigation, immigration, customs, any of the security forces, and it's extant, it's ongoing now, when this bill is passed, all of those investigations will be transferred. All of them will be transferred to the commission. And then the issue of due process. We see that just like in the Supreme Court, you have safeguards for witnesses. You have safeguard for someone who finds him or herself as the target of a complaint. They have the right to be represented as they would be represented in the Supreme Court or magistrate's court. With the leave of the commission, they can be represented by their counsel, and also providing immunity to witnesses, immunity from prosecution. And we also see a recognition of legal professional privilege. So what we have here, Madam Speaker, unlike a commission of inquiry, which is occasional and at the instance of the government through Her Excellency, here we have a mechanism that is available in winter, summer, and spring.
Every day.
Every day. And for I'm sorry, I missed a season. and available to the citizens of our country to bring sunlight, sunshine to the management of the public goods of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. So, Madam Speaker, also there's a retro, and in both bills, Madam Speaker, independence, an identical provision of independence in both bills, subject only to the Constitution, the supreme law of our land. And under the protected disclosure, once the employee reasonably believes, so there is a legal standard there, and it gives protection for someone who does the right thing, may not have all of the facts, but is acting in a reasonable manner for the public good in initiating the mechanism by making a disclosure. Madam Speaker, in this long journey from 1967 to now, this bill will represent the second major architecture to ensure honesty and efficient management in the public goods of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. And Fort Charlotte gives its full support. Madam Speaker, in the minute or so left to me, I just want to extend sympathy to Marino Hamilton and his family. Marino is a partner in the law firm of Sears & Co., and his mother, a very distinguished public officer working in the financial administration of the government for many decades and training 2 generations of finance officers, Miriam Curtis, and has been just an outstanding citizen and member of the Baptist community who led an exemplary life. And Marino is just a good manifestation of her handiwork. And I want to extend sympathy to the Curtis family and the community of Mangrove Key, where she hailed, and to just let them know that in this time of their bereavement, we are grateful for Mrs. Curtis' life, and we are with them with love and prayers during this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for East Grand Bahama.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just a point of order. I didn't want to interrupt the member for Fort Charlotte, but the member for Fort Charlotte had made mention about the code of conduct that I believe was established by the former Prime Minister Hubert Ingraham. You were not suggesting that this bill would subject anyone in the cabinet to scrutiny for breaches of that code of conduct under this bill. Because and that was actually the very point that I was making, was that we need a code of conduct, whether it be the same conduct, the code of conduct that Hubert Ingraham had established, but that code of conduct, whatever it is, ought to have been incorporated into this bill so that the body could scrutinize any member of parliament, any cabinet minister, and it could be extended to a member of parliament to scrutinize ourselves to being subject to this and any investigation for breaches of that code of conduct. Because as I understand it, today, we govern ourselves, we meaning the cabinet, we would govern ourselves with respect to that code. We trust, the public trusts us to abide by that code. I'm suggesting that we subject ourselves to a body, establish that code that we submit ourselves to, and be subject to that. That's the point I was making.
I think the honourable member would be would benefit from consulting with the honorable member of Kalani. And there are, I know of several instances where cabinet ministers were removed, chairpersons were removed, and public officers action was taken against them because that's a standard. It is just like in the private sector, you have an industry standard. And if you take a matter to court, the question will always be, what is the minimum standard? And that can come from industry. And certainly, if you're talking about a public official, such as a minister on the executive side, this would constitute a standard. But clearly, I'm not saying that they're right in terms of, yes. But certainly, I would not want you to minimize the significance of what Mr. Ingram has done, because it is a code.
Yes, that's a smart move.
There is no possible chance. Madam Speaker, there is no possible chance that I would even think of minimizing the contribution of Hubert Ingram. I think it was an awesome contribution, particularly when it comes to the rules, as you quite rightly pointed out, to those codes of conduct. As I said, my only point is we need to take it one step further, to put those codes of conduct to an independent body and subject ourselves to being overseen by that independent body. That's my point.
Thank you, honorable members. Asmini? The chair recognizes the honorable member for Marco City.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank Almighty God for this opportunity to once again speak on behalf of the people of Marco City and to express my love and appreciation for the confidence that they have placed in me. I wish to extend condolences to our dear brother Desmond Edwards on the passing of his son, and to let him know that we are thinking about you and praying for you and your family as you go through this very difficult period. And to all of the bereaved families of colleagues here, as well as members of our constituency, there are so many families that are grieving, Madam Speaker, and we want the families to know that we are praying for you as you go through this difficult time. We also extend condolences on behalf of the entire Free National Movement family and my own family to former leader and former Prime Minister, Dr. Hubert Minnis, who also lost a very close relative, his sister, and to let him know that we are thinking about him. We stand with him in these difficult moments. Madam Speaker, today we are debating a compendium of bills inclusive of the Independent Commission of Investigation bill. We are also seeking to put on the record our commitment to supporting whistleblowers in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Madam Speaker, let me first begin with the Independent Commission of Investigations bill. And if I were to summarize my entire presentation, it would, Madam Speaker, make this simple point, that in some ways this bill is a step in the right direction, but it certainly, as outlined by colleagues, it does not go far enough to fight corruption and ensure accountability. Madam Speaker, in all of the presentations past and those that are to come on our side, we are recommending stronger financial disclosure rules, a clear code of conduct for officials, and whistleblower protections. Because without these, Madam Speaker, it is safe to say that it's difficult to achieve transparency and talk of transparency become only that, a talking point. The Commission, Madam Speaker, also requires some prosecutorial powers, independent of political influence, Madam Speaker. At the heart of much of our problems in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas is political interference. No group is immune from having done this. Certainly, in any reasonable dictionary, the PLP face, however, would be there. Madam Speaker, the bill, Madam Speaker, must properly investigate all wrongdoings beyond what is presently enumerated in the bill. We cannot afford half measures when it comes to integrity in public life. And if we are serious about governance, then we should try to get it right the first time. Madam Speaker, we had an opportunity with the integrity bill when we were in government. Unfortunately, we did not complete the process. This administration, Madam Speaker, had an opportunity to learn from the mistake that we made in that regard, but certainly they have not. They have gone to great measure to avoid implementing the integrity bill, but we provided a solid foundation, Madam Speaker, on which we believe they could build. In just a moment, Madam Speaker, I'd like to go through the objects and reasons of this bill. But I want to say just a couple of things, Madam Speaker, first. Even when the Progressive Liberal Party has a good idea, they often send the wrong messengers. Madam Speaker, I listened today as the Prime Minister spoke about good governance, integrity in governance, and it was seconded by the member for Elizabeth. I was stunned at the choice that the government has made in terms of how they sought to convince the general public that they are serious about good governance and serious about fighting corruption. Madam Speaker, the chorus of what I will say today is simply this, that even if you get the legislation correct, and we have established, I believe already, if none of us speak further, that opportunities were missed in this bill. But even if we got the legislation right, even if there was a code of conduct that we were then obligated by law to comply with, even if, Madam Speaker, the best of the provisions outlined in the integrity bill, the one we left in place 2017, whether we looked at others in the region for best practices, even if all of those things were included, amalgamated, put together in this particular bill, we still have another fundamental problem that it's difficult to get by. And that problem is it then requires policymakers and other gatekeepers, those persons who are protecting the people of the Bahamas, who are standing at the gate to make sure that bad actors do not rush through and destroy our reputation and undermine our attempts at good government. Madam Speaker, the challenge we have is that we have some bad actors at varying levels in our society. We like to talk right now, Madam Speaker. We concentrate today on law enforcement. And without a doubt, as enumerated by colleagues, there are a number of persons within law enforcement. They are the minority who are bad actors, who are not making decisions that are in the best interest of the various organizations that they are a part of. But they're in the minority, and our goal is to make sure we set a standard in legislation that does not permit them to continue to function in the way that they've been functioning. But, Madam Speaker, make no mistake, policymakers can easily talk about fixing the police force, the defense force, and customs and immigration and BDOCs, Bahamas Corrections, and so on and so forth. but we don't do a good enough job talking about how we need to fix where we are as well. I've said before in this place, Madam Speaker, that when there's a homicide, and unfortunately there have been many, Madam Speaker, particularly on the watch of this administration. Madam Speaker, whenever there's a homicide, unfortunately police officers and sometimes the politicians like to say they were known to the police. And it's a small part of the story. What they don't tell you is those persons who died were also known to politicians. In fact, many of them are their generals, our generals. Many of them, Madam Speaker, have worked in multiple campaigns in the lead up to the election. And so, Madam Speaker, we have to be open and honest about the dilemma that we face. And unfortunately, there's too cozy a relationship between policymakers in many instances and those persons who have committed themselves to a life of crime, Madam Speaker. The public, Madam Speaker, is concerned. Now, in some cases, the interaction between policymakers and some of those persons is for the better, that there are members in this House on both sides who interact with persons who have made bad decisions in their life, and the policymaker is seeking to steer them away from that life, Madam Speaker. But that isn't always the case, Madam Speaker. In some cases, it could be policymaker, it could be law enforcement, it could be members of civil society. Sometimes persons turn and look the other way while persons are damaging the reputation of our country and wreaking havoc in our society. So the point I'm making, Madam Speaker, in short, is that even when the legislation makes sense, covers all the bases, this compendium does not, by the way. I said it is a step, a small step, and I identified the one bill that is in the right direction. It does not go far enough. But the bigger problem we have, Madam Speaker, is the policy maker who, in our estimation, will not be able to help us. In this case, Madam Speaker, repair the reputation of our country, repair the reputation of the law enforcement agencies. Madam Speaker, one point I'll keep coming back to in this presentation is the inordinate amount of influence, for example, Madam Speaker, that a prime minister has in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas to make recommendations to the Governor General after consultation with several groups, including leader of the opposition. Because, see, Madam Speaker, prime ministers on government sometimes can stack the deck. And I believe this Progressive Liberal Party government has been on a mission, I've said it for 3 years, to stack the deck in whatever way possible to gain political advantage. We watched, Madam Speaker, the Attorney General sit in a chair over there and seek to direct the Speaker of the House in a course of action, a film that was seen by the entire country and the world. Not doing a good job in the chair where he sits, holding up numerous projects, inclusive 2 of them in Grand Bahama, but could come over in the House and seek to direct the Speaker. I'm not making any judgment about whether or not the Speaker complied with the movements of the hands and the direction, but I'm just saying what the motive was seen by all, Madam Speaker. Political influence runs the risk of undermining.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Freetown.
The member for Marco City really needs to withdraw an ascribing of motive to somebody. They're saying that he who sees it knows it, unless he had a conversation with the Honorable Attorney General who indicated that this was his motive. That is improper. And it also involves ascribing improper motive to somebody who isn't in this chamber, and it's not honorable to do that.
Thank you, honourable member.
Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, it certainly came across to me and thousands of Bahamians that the Attorney General was seeking to direct the Speaker, Madam Speaker. So again, and so, Madam Speaker, permit me, Madam Speaker, to just go through.
I will expunge that from the record, because I did not. I did not.
So let me just say, Madam Speaker, I'll rephrase the point that I made. It came across, Madam Speaker, that the Attorney General sought to direct. It was my impression, Madam Speaker, I could very well be wrong, and the thousands of people online who came to the same conclusion could very well be wrong, that he was seeking to influence the proceedings in the House, which was most unfortunate, Madam Speaker. And so, Madam Speaker, let me just go through the bill. The Organization for Good Governance, Madam Speaker, we have had an opportunity to consult with multiple agencies relative to the bills that are before us. One of those organizations was the Organization for Good Governance. Madam Speaker, and here's what they said, among other things. Because the truth is not only do corrupt practices reduce government's capacity to achieve its objectives, corrupt practices also reduce trust. And even the perception of corruption can be really destructive, particularly to economic confidence. Madam Speaker, the reason these bills are important and why we must go further is because there is an economic toll on the Bahamas if we don't get it right. If we have the continued perception by Bahamians as well as foreign investors that in order to do business in the Bahamas, someone has to be paid at all levels. There's a saying in the Bahamas that is humorous to most, but sad in terms of its impact, that the wheels of this system only move by grease. That's a problem, Madam Speaker. We have numerous investors who go to other jurisdictions, rightly or wrongly, whether they have motive or no motive, telling a story that they sought to do business in the Bahamas, but to move projects along, they are running into difficulties because there is a tipping system, Madam Speaker. We've had studies done by multilateral organizations in the region looking at our country in terms of the business environment and coming to a conclusion that there is a substantial economic cost associated with doing business because of informal requests in order for persons to do their job. Madam Speaker, this could be fixed. I believe that overwhelmingly there are tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of honest Bahamians.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for being in grants.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I listened to the argument with respect to the Organization for a Responsible Government or Governance mentioned by the member from Marco City. He made an assertion that the remarks of that particular organization is consistent with the bill that is being presented today. But Madam Speaker, I want to make reference to an article by the United Nations which speaks to the global cost of corruption is at least 5% of the gross domestic product, which is some $2.6 trillion. $2.6 trillion, according to what I'm reading, or 5% of the corruption. Madam Speaker, what I'm saying is, regardless of the position that he's presenting today, is not specific to the bills that are being presented and laid on the table today. The cost of corruption is global. It's not only related to the Bahamas. So I don't see the relevance with respect to what he's presented, and I don't think, Madam Speaker, I'm not finished, Madam Speaker.
In terms of what I'm saying, it's not a point of order. How am I missing
Madam Speaker?
the Parliament or the country?
I'm not finished.
He would have, if he wants to speak, he can speak, but he should not interrupt my presentation because he has a
Madam Speaker.
difference of opinion.
Madam Speaker, I'm not finished with my point of order.
So, Madam Speaker, with your leave, I'd like to continue, Madam Speaker.
Please allow the member to complete his point and then.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Are you satisfied that he has risen on a point of order? Because we have not heard what the point of order is, Madam Speaker.
I have indicated, Madam Speaker, what the point of order is.
I did not
Okay.
know what the point of order is, Madam Speaker.
Repeat it for him.
Madam Speaker, he's giving a speech. And so I want to know what is the point of order. That's my right. This is the time that has been allocated to me. What
Madam
is the
Speaker,
point
if you
of
give me
order?
an opportunity, I will repeat what I said with respect to the point of order.
I'm not prepared to sit and listen to you repeat it. You will have a.
No, you don't run the parliament.
Okay.
You're not the head of the parliament.
Mr. Aubrey,
And Madam Speaker, what I'm saying is that
Honorable members,
More than just
Honorable
an
members.
investigative body.
please allow the member for Baines and Granson to complete.
Madam Speaker, you've established rules relative to points of order and relevance. We have been subjected to it. We believe the other side ought to be subjected to it
We have
as
been
well.
subjected, really,
Correct,
member?
correct. We shut down an entire
Wow.
debate on the basis of relevance when we were here last, but the member put the question. I don't see why we should permit a member.
Madam
who simply
Speaker,
wishes to
I
give
would
an
just like
alternative view.
to repeat my position. And what I'm saying, Madam Speaker, is that the member is making it seem as though the bills that we are debating today have a direct relationship on the cost of corruption only specific to the Bahamas. And I'm just trying to make it clear to the Bahamian people to understand that the cost of corruption, according to the United Nations, is 5% of the world's gross domestic product, and is not only related to the Bahamas alone. So his justification and his presentation is not justified, in my opinion, according to what I understand from the United Nations. And that's my point of order, Madam Speaker.
As I was saying, Madam Speaker, Mr. Aubrey argued that true reform requires more than just an investigative body, stressing the need for coordination between laws, policies, and oversight mechanisms. He went on to make the point that while the bill strengthens accountability, it does not fully address the gaps in the system, particularly in ensuring that existing anti-corruption measures are properly enforced. I listened with great interest as the member for Kent Island spoke, and Rumkey and San Salvador spoke, Madam President, Madam Speaker. And one of the things that struck me was the amount of legislation that has been passed, either not brought into force, or the process has not been completed. The Freedom of Information, for example, Madam Speaker, if we pass this bill, the question is, will the government fully fund the commission so that it can do its work? Certainly it got a tremendous amount of public relations relative to the Freedom of Information Act, but has not brought it fully into force. We want to know, what is the government afraid of? Why does it not simply allocate the funds? Initially, the government argued that it was a case that they needed to run the pilot project. And this was something they talked about consistently. Fortunately, the commissioner for the Freedom of Information Act, who presides over it, made the point that all that he and his staff can do has been done. What is required is the additional resources in order to make sure that the infrastructure for that system is fully put in place and that you now make it available for Bahamians to use it. This government is not interested in bringing the Freedom of Information fully into force. And so those stakeholders who are looking at this compendium of legislation, they are making the point that we could pass this, it doesn't go far enough, but clearly based on this government's track record, it does not appear that this government is interested in having a holistic system so that in every sector, in a multiplicity of ways, in various ways, that we are seeking to make sure that we hold government officials and private sector accountable, that we are being transparent in the business that we do. One of our colleagues, Madam Speaker, the member for East, again, highlighted one of the areas that we have spoken about consistently in terms of the Procurement Act. The government this administration has failed to follow the law left behind by the Minnis administration as it relates to procurement. And they argued that the system was, the legislation was entirely too complex. It was cumbersome. It was difficult to comply with. So the government then amended the law. And even the amended version of the procurement law, they have disregarded. I laid on the table, Madam Speaker, just for a handful of ministries and government departments, a document showing over $212 million worth of direct awards of contract, meaning, for the average Bahamian who's listening, that the government can determine that one group gets to eat and other groups don't even have an opportunity to bid. The government has the ability to make sure one set of Bahamians eat and others don't even have an opportunity to bid on the same thing. And so again, the government has been asked, how do you explain this? And they say, well, just go back and look at the bill. We acted within the law. But never bothers to explain, Madam Speaker, what portions of that law have entitled them to give that many contracts. And Madam Speaker, we know it is a drop in the bucket. We know that figure, we believe that figure is closer to $500 million in terms of what they have already allocated in direct or single source awards. And all we are saying is it is important for us to know by what criteria, one, what are the terms of those agreements? How is that relevant to this bill? Again, Madam Speaker, when we're talking about the issue of transparency, accountability, fighting the very appearance of corruption, the government ought to do business a certain way so that they do not hang a cloud over legitimate business person's head because of the way in which they are engaging in business practices, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the article goes on to make the point, and again, we're talking about the Organization for Responsible Governance, Madam Speaker. I prefer to say who focuses on helping us, whether F&M or PLP, to focus on good governance. This is the point that is made, Madam Speaker. We also have to work on ensuring that things that we already have in place now are fully enacted, fully enforced, and really look at how they complement each other. Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister again makes the announcement about the Ombudsman. Madam Speaker, we have so many examples of flowery speeches by the member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador. But, Madam Speaker, we need implementation. We need the funding to be in place. We need the Fiscal Responsibility Act talks about a council that allows private sector actors to again, critique the government's fiscal plan, to provide advice so that the government can pivot if it needs to, so that it can make wise decisions on how we manage our economy. The government refuses to populate the council. This is not an administration that is interested in oversight and critique of what they are doing, Madam Speaker. And so we are deeply concerned, Madam Speaker, about how this administration does business. But yet, the Prime Minister, the member for Elizabeth, talks about the cost to the country of corruption and the cost for not doing business the correct way, for us not governing ourselves the correct way. But they have an opportunity and have failed to lead by example. With respect to our $20 million housing project, Madam Speaker, to date we are still waiting, Madam Speaker, for an explanation on how that minister was able to sign. I remember, Madam Speaker, when I raised that issue in the House, there was a scramble on that side. At least 2 KCs, they love to talk about being KCs, 2 KCs weighed in. Other eminently qualified attorneys on that side weighed in to defend the minister, only to find out the minister is a corporate soul without the right to sign, Madam Speaker. And even though they took possession of the $20 million, we're still waiting for the houses to be built, Madam Speaker. We're still waiting for an accounting of the $20 million, Madam Speaker. And so again, even when there's a good message, as in some parts of this bill that the PLP has, it has the wrong messengers, Madam Speaker, talking about it. Madam Speaker, I had to smile at someone who we admire greatly, Madam Speaker, over the years. The member for Fort Charlotte talked about Mr. Ingram and the code of conduct in cabinet. I thought that was most fascinating. But we're gonna stay in the spirit today, Madam Speaker. So the only part of that I would comment on is, as I remember a time in this House, Madam Speaker, I'm not going to dwell on the first part of what the member for Fort Charlotte did. I would only say he became a whistleblower. And in that respect, I support him. He became a whistleblower when he identified, he said, you know, when we decided not to support the hedge program, which contributed to the increase in electricity, which, by the way, Madam Speaker, has not come down. For all the privatization done by the Prime Minister, the cost of electricity is still high. The clean electricity that he talked about, Madam Speaker, has not arrived. The regularity in supply has not arrived. But in any event, I was saying that the member for Fort Charlotte, when he realized it was clear that we knew that they got the information on the hedge and the fact that they had saved at that time $25 million when Dr. Minnis was in the chair, and they stood to again, Madam Speaker, save another 25+ million. When he realized we already know you got the correspondence and made a bad decision, he said, you know, it wasn't me. It was the fellow in finance. Finance did that. It wasn't me. So as we talk about the whistleblower legislation, I want to salute the member for Fort Charlotte for pointing out that the Minister of Finance made a bad decision. He made a bad decision with respect to the hedge program. Fort Charlotte, thank you very much for being a whistleblower. And this is why you in particular should support protection. You should support you should support the protection in this bill for Charlotte. Madam Speaker, Part 1 of the bill incorporates the clauses 1 and 3 of the bill, and it contains the short title and commencement. Now, here's a part of this part of the bill that I wanted to comment on, Madam Speaker. At the end of the day, the Prime Minister has the ability, and this is a critical point, to seek advice from the opposition, which he seldom takes, and then proceed to make whatever appointments he desires to make. That's one of the things that you'd see in the Object and Reason, and the Prime Minister talked a lot about it. Several of the speakers talk about, look at the transparency in the system. We actually go out, get advice, and then we make decisions. Well, Madam Speaker, it's not quite true. We believe the Bar Association made a wonderful recommendation to the Prime Minister that he has not taken. We do not believe, Madam Speaker, that it's simply a case of consulting with the opposition and then making recommendations to the government. We believe, and I want to read what the recommendation of the Bar Association is. The Bar Association, Madam Speaker, makes this point, that they believe that a chairman, when appointed, should be someone who's a former judge of the Supreme Court, an attorney at law of 15 years, standing at the bar, or a former chief magistrate appointed by the Governor General on the advice of the Prime Minister. That's one person who will serve. The second is one member appointed by the Governor General on the advice, Madam Speaker, of the Leader of the Opposition, not us, not him consulting us for opinion we know he's not going to take in the first place. And by the way, Madam Speaker, just to verify that fact, the Prime Minister was upset with the former leader of the FNM for the appointments he made, in the words of the Prime Minister, that he made so close to the general election. And therefore, he wanted to change some of those appointments on the Public Service Commission. The Prime Minister has turned around, this Prime Minister, and done the exact same thing, even though in our estimation, he bullied those persons who were on the commission, who were duly appointed by the former leader. So when he talks about advice, when we give him advice, you know what one of the advice was? One of the advice is someone you are appointing has just recently demitted office, and therefore the law does not permit them, having just demitted office on that commission, to be reappointed. He went against that provision in the law and reappointed the person. So he doesn't take the advice. And so the Bar Council says, no, not just the Prime Minister taking advice from the opposition. The opposition should be able to also make a recommendation to the Governor General. In addition, an attorney at law appointed by the Governor General on the recommendation of the Bar Council. I really believe that Freetown and members of the government ought to take the advice in order to incorporate additional persons who are not coming through the appointment of the Prime Minister only. In my view, these politicians will often stack the deck.
It's who appoints them, that's the important.
That's what the issue is. And again, thank you. It is who appoints them. And it should not exclusively be the Prime Minister. Madam Speaker, again, a chartered accountant appointed by the Governor General on the recommendation of the Bahamas Institute for Chartered Accountants or like body. And so again, Madam Speaker, it is important to have multiple persons or agencies contributing, Madam Speaker, to the appointments. Madam Speaker, in the committee stage, there are several recommendations we would ask that the government takes on, and so we will raise them. We will raise them at that time. Let me just close by saying this, Madam Speaker. I recently responded to a request from the Prime Minister to give advice on the appointment, Madam Speaker, of the Deputy Commissioner of Police. Once again, the Prime Minister decided it's not advice that he wished to take. I find it very interesting that just recently, the Prime Minister, I understand, has canceled a contract being held by that this gentleman apparently is associated with that particular company. We would like to know what was the basis of this cancellation. We found that quite interesting that the Prime Minister has done so, and we'd like to know if in the wrap-up the member for Freetown is in any position to answer that. But more importantly, just having taken a look at the portal, we noticed the very same company appears to have gotten additional contracts. And so we're trying to also understand if one contract is canceled, is there any particular reason a company appearing with the same name have additional contracts allocated to them? Can the member for Freetown say if that is accurate? And if so, how many different ministries does that particular company have contracts with? And if the Prime Minister canceled one, is there any particular reason he did not address all of the other contracts, Madam Speaker? Madam Speaker, having said that, I want to close just how I began. Even when you have a good message, and occasionally the government says some things that are very helpful in the country, they often send the wrong messengers to deliver the message. And even when a piece of legislation has potential, if they would take advice, to make a difference in the country, the difficulty is it's left up to them to police these pieces of legislation. And what they have shown, Madam Speaker, is that they are often biased in terms of how they execute, in terms of the administration of the law. There seemed to be one law for the PLP and a different law for the rest of us, Madam Speaker. And it is that kind of practice that we wish to stop. And so, Marco City, again, we will not support all of the bills that will be presented, Madam Speaker, but we will support, Madam Speaker, the Independent Commission of Investigations bill, though we believe that it is quite deficient in a number of ways. We have made recommendations that we hope that the government takes on board. We will support, Madam Speaker, the whistleblower provision, but we know that this administration, Madam Speaker, has targeted whistleblowers. And we have seen that at work. We've seen that at work in the Department of Immigration, Madam Speaker, where the head of immigration, Madam Speaker, has forced to resign, and the person who was second in charge is now on leave, Madam Speaker. So when they talk about protection for whistleblowers, I see no evidence in the way they behave. They are more concerned about how information get out rather than figuring out how do you fix the bad information that has been revealed to the public. So with those words, Madam Speaker, Marco City supports those provisions that I mentioned.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Freetown.
Madam Speaker, Marco City was on a flow, so I didn't want to get up and disrupt his flow. But in his presentation, in suggesting that the government can execute judgment, that is to suggest that we're usurping the powers of the court, because the courts, the judiciary that is independent, enforces the law, and the record of this House should not contain any suggestion that the judiciary of this country is not independent.
Madam Speaker, the member for Freetown, Madam Speaker, is attempting to put words in my mouth, but I think the public clearly understands. I made no comments on the judiciary. I made the point that this administration is often biased in the way that they execute their functions, Madam Speaker, that disadvantages some Bahamians and advantage others. That's the point that I made, Madam Speaker. I further made the point that when you trust them to make appointments without other independent groups, like the Bar Council, like the Institute for Chartered Accountants, like the opposition, they can appoint persons who are of like thinking. I also point, in my view, Madam Speaker, if we want to go further, I believe even in law enforcement agencies, they often attempt to determine who the principal persons are, Madam Speaker, and I believe that something is fundamentally wrong with that approach to governance.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Central and South Eleuthera.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's good, Madam Speaker, to rise in this honorable place today. And thankful for the opportunity to continue to work to improve the lives of my constituents and the greatest constituency in the country, Central and South Eleuthera, and honored to create opportunities for Bahamians all across the islands. Madam Speaker, I want to take a brief moment and offer my sincere condolences to the family of the late Audria Scavala. Ms. Scavala was a deaconess and a lay preacher from Hatchet Bay. She was an employee of the Ministry of Works and Family and Affairs, a staunch advocate for improving the lives of children throughout the island. She was a concerned citizen committed to community growth and the growth of her church, and a gem of a lady and a truly humbled and God-fearing woman. Her influence and affluence was far-reaching as she witnessed by all the lives that she touched. She will be missed by the entire island of Eleuthera. May her soul and that of all the dearly departed rest in peace and rise in glory. Madam Speaker, before I speak to the bills today, and with your leave, I would like to highlight a few significant accomplishments on the island of Eleuthera. To date, construction, Madam Speaker, has commenced on the medical facility in Palmetto Point, a facility that has been promised for over 42 years, Madam Speaker, and that is longer than I have been alive. Materials are on the ground, and yesterday they started to cut the footing, to tie the steel, and to lay the foundation, Madam Speaker. Many say that it wouldn't get started. There were many doubters. One only need to pass by and see the works in progress, Madam Speaker. I also wanted to make mention of the much-needed and long overdue repairs to the community fishing docks at Tarpon Bay and James Cistern. These docks have been tendered, approved, and construction is set to begin in a matter of 2 weeks. Tarpon Bay and James Cistern. Madam Speaker, Central and South Eleuthera is on the move. Classes at BTVI are underway. The Starting Line initiative is in full swing with over 350 participants from around the country who are taking advantage of free tutoring for national exams. Students and professionals alike are enrolled to create a better future for themselves. Madam Speaker, the outlook for Central and South Eleuthera is bright. Just yesterday, we all gathered at beautiful Cape Eleuthera to witness the first landing of Falcon 9 SpaceX rocket in Bahamian waters. Eleuthera is definitely on the move, and I am proud to be a part of the factor to the growth, the economy, and the betterment of the people in Central and South Eleuthera. Madam Speaker, I am in full support of the Independent Commission of Investigations Bill 2025 and the Protected Disclosures Bill 2025, two landmark pieces of legislation that reaffirm the Davis administration's commitment to transparency, accountability, and the rule of law. The opposition, well, the member for Marco City just said he's only supporting 2 pieces of legislation today, but I think we only have 2 pieces today. So I'm glad you're supporting the 2. But make no mistake, these are anti-corruption bills. They are designed to do 2 things: hold security forces and public officials accountable in a fixed and permanent way, and to provide robust protections for whistleblowers who come forward to expose wrongdoing. Madam Speaker, these bills are not just laws. They represent progress, reform, and the continued fight against corruption. They ensure that this country is not only operating with integrity, but that we are setting a gold standard for governance, for oversight, and justice for our children and our children's children. You heard a lot of talk today, Madam Speaker, and the member for Fort Charlotte spoke with race about the Integrity Commission bill that was tabled in 2017. And I find it ironic that the opposition has so much to say today. And it was tabled, I think it might have been the 2nd bill or 3rd bill that was tabled under the former administration, but they didn't have the guts, they didn't have the testicular fortitude to even get it to this point, Madam Speaker. And they speak a lot about transparency and accountability, but you know, it ain't what they say, Madam Speaker, it's what they do. It's what they do. And I looked on the legislative agenda, and I think the next bill that was tabled and they hurried to pass was the Commercial Enterprises Act. And you talk about the selected few and help for the selected few that's supported by the party. And the Commercial Enterprises Act did just that for members of the FNM. Automatic immigration approval in 2 weeks, 14 days. So no, you understand the point because you're talking. You understand the point at the pocket. What I'm saying is that you choose to defend what you want to defend, Marco City, and you come and talk a good talk. So, Madam Speaker, I just wanted to raise that point. That when you speak about, and then when you look, Madam Speaker, when you look at our blueprint for change, and we spoke about a government committed to transparency, Madam Speaker. We didn't just put it on paper. We brought it to the House, both bills, and I'm glad they're supporting both bills. Two out of 2 today, Madam Speaker. So from the moment we took office, this administration committed itself to greater transparency and accountability, as outlined in our blueprint for change. Today, we deliver on another promise to the Bahamian people. These anti-corruption bills are not just political rhetoric. They are a legal framework that will protect public trust, expose corruption, and ensure accountability at every level. For far too long, there has been a cry from the Bahamian people for real action, not just words, but strong, enforceable laws to ensure that those in positions of power are held to a higher standard. Madam Speaker, when I was in another place and here in this place, and we speak about legislation, and I'm a firm believer that it's not just bringing it to the House, it's enforcement thereafter. And we are about doing just that, Madam Speaker. When you look at understanding the bills, there's a 2-part approach to transparency. So I would like to break it down in simpler terms. Transparency in government is not a one-step process. It's not an overnight fix. It requires a system that identifies, that investigates, and addresses misconduct effectively. And these 2 bills, Madam Speaker, work together to close the gaps in our oversight mechanisms and ensure accountability on every level. The Independent Commission of Investigations bill establishes an independent, legally empowered body to investigate wrongdoing in security forces and among public officials. It ensures that incidents of abuse, misconduct, and corruption are not swept under the rug, but are properly investigated and addressed, ensuring that no one, not a police officer, not a public servant, not a minister, is above the law. Madam Speaker, I got to watch out because I as clean as you can get, bro. St. Anne's, I can tell you that. On the other hand, Madam Speaker,
They forget this go back.
the Protected Disclosures Bill 2025 gives employees, whether in the public or private sector, the legal right to report misconduct without fear of retaliation, victimization, or career sabotage. It's like a shield of protection, Madam Speaker. However, let's be clear that this is not a bill that allows for reckless or anonymous accusations. So why do these bills work best together? Because it's simple. One feeds the other. If an employee witnesses wrongdoing but fears reporting it, corruption thrives in silence. If a government official engages in unethical behavior but there's no independent body to investigate, the system fails. If reports can be ignored, buried, or blocked, then our institutions lose credibility. These bills ensure that whistleblowers can safely report misconduct, that an independent body is in place to investigate and act. Madam Speaker, for far too long, the public has been skeptical of internal investigations where organizations police their own misconduct with little transparency or accountability. These bills remove that doubt by ensuring that complaints are handled independently and professionally with no room for political interference. This is how we strengthen trust, rebuild confidence, and ensure transparency is not just a slogan, but a legal, enforceable reality. Madam Speaker, the clauses in these bills align with international best practices. Across the world, governments have strengthened oversight bodies and implemented whistleblower protections to combat corruption effectively. Countries such as Canada, the UK, New Zealand have similar independent commissions to investigate security forces and public officials. Meanwhile, whistleblower protection laws have been critical in exposing corruption in corporations, law enforcement, and governments worldwide. So by passing these bills, the Bahamas is not falling behind. We are simply stepping up. Madam Speaker, efforts to investigate misconduct have been temporary, selective, or politically influenced. With these bills, all that should come to a screeching halt. In the past, governments have created temporary investigative committees in response to public outcry or scandals. The public with temporary structures is that they are just that, temporary. Once public attention fades, so does the momentum for justice. Madam Speaker, this government refuses to let accountability be optional or temporary. The Independent Commission of Investigations bill makes accountability permanent, legally structured, and institutionally protected. It means that investigations will be handled consistently and professionally, regardless of who is in power. And what makes this different, Madam Speaker? You have a fixed legal authority. The Commission is not just an ad hoc group. It's a legally mandated entity with full investigative powers. The continuous oversight. Investigations will not rely on the political will or pressure from the public. In institutional independence, the commissions will not report to politicians, but will operate without interference. Madam Speaker, we are ensuring that no matter which government is in power, which administration comes and goes, there will always be a permanent structure in place to investigate allegations of corruption and abuse, hold security forces accountable, and ensure public officials operate within the law. There is no backtracking. There is no reversal. There is no loopholes. This is a system that cannot be dismantled when it becomes inconvenient. Madam Speaker, if we want real accountability, it cannot be dependent on election cycles, political agendas, public pressure. It must be built into the very foundation of governance. Madam Speaker, I think that us as politicians all know, well, I'm a fisherman, I just politician when you get elected. But public trust is not automatic. It is earned. It is built on actions. It is built on policies, built on laws that protect the same people we represent. Public trust is a foundation of democracy. Without it, the people lose faith in government, in institutions, and in leadership. And trust is not just a political talking point. It is a deciding factor for many Bahamians. For decades, Bahamians have been frustrated with unanswered questions, unsolved cases, and a lack of transparency in investigations. And this frustration has led to deep issues and apathy toward governance. Madam Speaker, what these bills say to the Bahamian people is simple. Your concerns matter, your complaints will be heard, and your government is not just talking about transparency. We are ensuring it is enshrined in the legislative framework of our country. Madam Speaker, the Bahamian people deserve real accountability, not selective justice, not partisan investigations, but a system where no one is above the law. And that is why these anti-corruption bills are so critical. They send a clear message that this government is not afraid of oversight, scrutiny, or accountability. So as we approach the coming year, Madam Speaker, we know that the Bahamian people will be watching, and they will be asking, and I think that they can determine from who was serious about bringing this legislative framework to Parliament. They will know that who is really fighting for transparency, who is serious about accountability, who is building structures that last beyond political cycles. We are showing them that this government walks a walk and not just talks a talk. This is a defining moment in governance, a defining moment in accountability. And this is the standard, Madam Speaker, where we set the bar high. This is the action the Bahamian people have been waiting for. I have full confidence that these bills will strengthen democracy and ensure that transparency and accountability remain non-negotiable pillars of leadership in the Bahamas. Madam Speaker, with those short words, Central and South Eleuthera supports all bills, 2 of 2, in the House today. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member Asmini. The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for St. Anne.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I initially intended to just have about 5 minutes of contribution today, Madam Speaker. And unless you ask me, I'll still try to keep it short. But what I found out is...
Keep it short, please.
I've already continued, sorry. The offer was there, not accepted. Yeah, withdrawn. Okay. But having reviewed these bills and what's been said in the House today, I will go into the bills for part of my contribution. The important part identified by the member of East Grand Bahama is this compendium, which includes what is being described as a whistleblower protection bill, and it's titled the Protected Disclosures Bill. It doesn't provide any protection for persons that file complaints under the Independent Commission of Investigations Bill. So the Independent Commissions of Investigations Bill vaguely, Madam Speaker, says that Section 13.3, a person who makes a complaint under subsection 2 is protected, and such disclosure should not be regarded as a breach of duty or a breach of his contract of employment or a breach of secrecy of confidentiality if that person acted in good faith and in the reasonable belief that the information contained in the complaint is substantially true. Is protected. How are they protected, Madam Speaker? I mean, you're asking individuals to come forward with complaints against members of the security armed forces, individuals licensed to carry weapons, Madam Speaker, as well as specified officials. So the act is trying to convince me that it's safe for me to make a complaint against a member of parliament because I'm protected. That's lovely. I mean, I get as much comfort in the protection of the weapons formed against me by picking up the Bible and praising God and putting all in his hands. The act and this government, Madam Speaker, however, does not provide any additional protection. Someone is being asked to come forward with a complaint against the Secretary to Cabinet or a Financial Secretary, Chairman of the Public Service Commission, Chairman of the Police Service Commission, a permanent Secretary of a ministry, Director of Legal Affairs, Auditor General, Director of Public Personnel, Secretary of Revenue, Undersecretary of a ministry, a Deputy Permanent of a ministry, a Deputy Financial Secretary, a Deputy Auditor General, the Deputy Director of Public Prosecution, a head of department of a ministry, general manager of any corporation established by an act of parliament, the deputy general manager of any corporation established by an act of parliament, the governor of the central bank, the deputy governor of the central bank, the registrars of the Supreme Court and Court of Appeal, the chief magistrate and deputy magistrate, senior family honored administrators and other elected local government officials, the executive and board members of government entities, and the class of public officers, class of public appointees, as the Governor General on recommendation of the Prime Minister after consultation with the Leader of the Opposition, may by order specify, being a person upon whom is conferred by law, power, authority, and privilege. All of those big shots, Madam Speaker, all of those, I think the Prime Minister now describes them as elites. All of those individuals with high-ranking authority, I am to be satisfied that I can bring a complaint against them to the independent commission and know that the act tells me I'm protected. It's not going to encourage me. It's not going to encourage many people. And when you sit in power, when you sit in authority, and there are already examples of how whistleblowers have been handled in this administration, Madam Speaker, there is no confidence that I can suggest to individuals to come forward with complaints against persons. There was a representation, Madam Speaker, that the commission is independent of Parliament, and we've gone into the appointment of the commissioners, the 3 commissioners, at the recommendation of the Prime Minister in consultation with the Leader of the Opposition, appointed by the Governor General, and I think the other one, Madam Speaker, is from the accountancy body of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. What's interesting, Madam Speaker, one person shall be a chartered accountant or a certified accountant and a member of the Bahamas Institute of Chartered Accountants or a member of another body which regulates the practice of accounting. What's interesting, Madam Speaker, is of those 3 persons, 2 appointed by the Prime Minister, consultation with the Leader of the Opposition, approved and granted by the Governor General. The persons that are going to be president and vice president of this 3-person commission are going to be the 2 lawyers appointed by the Prime Minister. Okay, so the 2 persons that are going to be president and vice president are going to be the 2 lawyers appointed by a Prime Minister. The vice president and the president is never going to be the accountant. Never. Bring your calculator to the meeting. Hush up outside of that. You're never going to be vice president or president on the commission under this act. So the quorum is 2 members for the commission. The accountant can decide they're not going to come. So it's left to the 2 lawyers to decide a review of an investigation by the investigators, Madam Speaker. And if it's one of the lawyers and the accountant, one of the lawyers will always preside over the meeting, over the commission, over the decision-making process. And if the accountant and the lawyer can't decide the same way, guess who gets the overriding vote? The lawyer. The individual appointed by the Prime Minister will always have the overriding vote on the commission. That's a fact. That's a fact. So, Madam Speaker, when we look at how this commission is supposed to work, a complaint is to be made. Now, a complaint can be made by a member of the public. Me, several people in my constituency will not be coming forward to make a complaint, Madam Speaker. I would be intimidated in several instances to make a complaint against some of the elites that are identified as the specified individuals and against members of the armed forces. I would be intimidated. Now, I'm probably stupid enough that at a certain point, I'll go in, give my life to God, and make that complaint. But I would prefer, and I know a number of residents in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas would prefer that when a criminal act is being perpetrated, you don't need the individual to carry themselves down to the police station to make the complaint. If they can call the police and tell them that they see this happening, let the police go in and investigate and bring charges. Madam Speaker, you're not, in my opinion, going to find many individuals bringing complaints. One good thing, Madam Speaker, and this commission is not independent of Parliament. Aside from the commission having appointees, the majority and the overriding majority when it's a split decision, being recommended by the Prime Minister and appointed by the Governor General. So the Prime Minister, who's a member of Cabinet, member of the Executive, he sits in Parliament brief periods most days, Madam Speaker. But the Prime Minister is always going to be appointing the majority of the commissioners to the commission. There is, under Section 6, Powers and Independence of Commission, a subheading, and it reads at 1, the commission shall have such powers as may be required or are incidental to the performance of its functions under this act. 2, subject to provisions of the Constitution, the commission shall, in the exercise of the powers conferred by this act, not be subject to the direction or control of any person or authority. And then 3, notwithstanding 2, shall be construed, notwithstanding, nothing in subsection 2 shall be construed as preventing the assignment to a minister of responsibility for aspects of the administration of this act as are necessary or desirable to facilitate a relationship between Parliament and the Commission. So you have a commission that has been created by this act, but you have the power of a minister to have responsibility for aspects of this act, for aspects of the administration of this act that are necessary to facilitate the relationship between Parliament and the Commission. The Commission is again tied directly to Parliament. Madam Speaker, I mean, it's even more open to influence because it goes on to say at 6 subsection 4, the Commission may consult with any person, institute, or organization in the exercise of the Commission's powers under this act. So yes, consult with any organization sounds appropriate. You know, you got the Bar Association, you got the Chartered Accountants Association, but you also have the organization known as the Progressive Liberal Party, Madam Speaker, and there's nothing preventing the Commission from consulting a political party, Madam Speaker. The way this is in this act, that's what is permitted. So, Madam Speaker, you also have an issue where the appointment of the investigators. So the investigators are the individuals in terms of the hierarchy. You have if you want to go deep into it, you have the Prime Minister, leader of government business after consultation, comes back to the Prime Minister, Governor General. You have 2 attorneys appointed on the recommendation of the Prime Minister, 1 accountant. So those are your commissioners. Under your commissioners, you have your directors, okay? You have your directors and you have your investigators, and then you have your commission's employees. So the directors are called directors of complaints, and then the appointment of the investigators, Madam Speaker, at 8.1, investigators shall be appointed by the Commission for the purpose of investigating complaints under this Act at the remuneration and on the terms and conditions as are determined by the Commission after consultation with the Minister. So again, now you're talking about hiring people that are actually going to do something about the complaints, look into these complaints, but still their remuneration is subject to review and approval by the Minister, Madam Speaker, and the Minister under this Act is that individual known as the Attorney General, the advisor to the Cabinet, Madam Speaker. You also have other instances, Madam Speaker, with regard to the independence of this commission, where this commission actually has to report on conclusion of its investigations to Parliament. Okay, so I've just identified where the investigators are appointed based on remuneration packages approved by the Attorney General. Then you also have issues where after investigations are handled, the report shall be submitted to Parliament. Okay, public information under Section 17. Public information. The Commission shall submit a report to Parliament on the resolution. All right. So again, for some reason, Parliament, everything's coming back to Parliament. Everything's coming back to the body that appointed those original attorneys that will control the commission. Now, when I said I wanted to be brief about my contribution today, Madam Speaker, all I really wanted to say was that this bill, which took until January, Madam Speaker, despite the resignation of the Commissioner of Police in December, is a bill that came about through a chain of events. One, the U.S. indictment was publicized here in the Bahamas. Two, the leader of opposition called for a commission of inquiry. Other members of the opposition doubled down on the need for a commission of inquiry, including the former Prime Minister, Hubert Alexander Minnis, Madam Speaker. And then we came to the House of Assembly, and we came to the House of Assembly one day, Madam Speaker, when the Prime Minister began by saying he was accepting the resignation of the Commissioner of Police, Fernander. And that was actually the sitting, Madam Speaker, after the sitting where the leader of the opposition was refused an opportunity to speak on the handing down of the U.S. indictment. And it was at that sitting, Madam Speaker, when the Attorney General was in the gallery motioning with his hand. There's video of it. It doesn't need to be debated any further. But just to put a timeline in place, people didn't understand when that incident took place. It was the sitting before the sitting when the Prime Minister accepted the resignation of the former Commissioner of Police. Madam Speaker, what you have with this bill is an attempt, Madam Speaker, to avoid a commission of inquiry being held. And I'm not sure why we need to avoid a commission of inquiry. I think the good member for Fort Charlotte recited 6 or 7 instances. He spared the details on the 1983 commission, Madam Speaker, but he gave 6 or 7 instances of when commission of inquiries have been held in the Bahamas before. And one actually took place when I was working with the member for Freetown, and I attended some of the hearings from that boat crash, mail boat crash, Madam Speaker, and heard about what had happened in that incident and how individuals had been injured, and at least one, maybe no more than one, may have lost their life. But, Madam Speaker, holding commissions of inquiries, I think, is something that we should not run away from, and we should not put legislation in place in an attempt to buffer the need for a commission of inquiry. It's important to our democratic process here in the Bahamas. It's important for the voices of the people to be heard, for them to participate and give evidence. Now, what's interesting about this bill in terms of the criminal process, Madam Speaker, is you have an individual that can make a complaint. As I said before, most people aren't going to make a complaint. So what happens? What happens if individuals don't make complaints, Madam Speaker? How can justice be done? Well, Madam Speaker, there's a situation where if the Attorney General is aware of an incident, the Attorney General can bring that incident to the attention of the Commission. So if the Attorney General and the heads of security forces and public bodies, et cetera, where the Attorney General or the relevant head of a security force or a public body, this is under Section 14, becomes aware of an incident involving an officer of the security force or a specified official, that's your MPs, permanent secretaries, and down. But it doesn't oddly include, Madam Speaker, justices of the Supreme Court or the Court of Appeal. It includes magistrates, even the chief magistrate, but doesn't include members of the Supreme Court or the Court of Appeal. So where the Attorney General or relevant head of a security force or public body becomes aware of an incident involving an officer of the security force or a specified official, the Attorney General or relevant head of a security force or public body shall make a complaint and a report of the incident to the Commission forthwith and not later than 24 hours after the incident where the incident involves conduct which resulted in death or injury to any person. So incident including death, Madam Speaker, you don't need an individual to come forward with a complaint. The Attorney General should be aware of it. The head of the security forces should be aware of it, and they should bring it within 24 hours to the attention of the Commission. An incident not involving death or injury to any person shall be brought by the Attorney General having notice of it or a head of security force within 48 hours. So I would like to know is this an incident that the Attorney General or head of security force has witnessed personally? Or can this be where if I have a officer's number in my telephone or I call to my local Fox Hill police station, I can give them information, they then become aware of it, and then they can file an incident, a complaint with the Commission. If that is the route that can be taken, I think that many members of the public will be pleased with that provision. But is it, in that case or in any case, is it 24 hours of the incident or 24 hours of them being made aware or becoming aware of the incident? That's something, Madam Speaker, that could be cleared up even more. Now, what I think, Madam Speaker, that when this commission is constituted, and members of the public here, members of the Parliament debate bills in the House of Assembly all the time, but there's always this provision in the short title in Section 1. This act shall come into operation on the date appointed by the minister by notice published in the Gazette. So law firms, if anybody, are really the only entities that monitor government publications and look out for gazettes. I don't know of any other Bahamian, Madam Speaker, that really takes the time to go down to government publications and get the gazettes. Before I go forward, they're online now. Where are they online, Member for Freetown? Sorry? Laws of the Bahamas online, and that's updated within 24 hours of gazetting? Okay. So you may be able to find gazettes, but I think, Madam Speaker, a good function of the Parliamentary Commission, Madam Speaker, could be where anytime there are items of legislation that are given the official date of commencement in the Gazette, that the Parliamentary Commission sends a report to the news stations so that there can be a little brief minute or two in the nightly news advising the public of what laws have actually now been gazetted. There's still probably a lot of people waiting to smoke the medical marijuana, Madam Speaker, but as far as I know, that still hasn't been gazetted. So you can't walk around with your ounce of weed and pay your $250 personal consumption fine. That still hasn't happened yet, Madam Speaker. But what we're doing here now in Section 15 is that when this act comes into effect and the commission is constituted, then let's get going with Section 15. Section 15 speaks to a report required where public confidence is affected. Okay? A report is required where public confidence is affected. And it reads, where no complaint is made under Section 13 or 14, that's where an individual brings a complaint or where the Attorney General or head of security force brings a complaint. Where no complaint is made under Section 13 or 14 and the commission becomes aware of the occurrence of an incident and is of the opinion that the incident, if proven, is likely to have significant impact on public confidence, the commission shall require the relevant security force or the relevant public body to make a report of the incident to the commission containing such particulars as the commission may specify. So if public confidence has been affected significantly, impacted significantly, then the commission shall call for an investigation. Okay? So what did I say was the reason they brought this bill? They brought this bill to avoid a commission of inquiry into instances emanating from the U.S. indictment. So when this bill comes into effect and the commission is appointed, Madam Speaker, public confidence has been lost in levels of the Royal Bahamas Police Force that may have participated in that U.S. drug trafficking incident, including members of the Royal Bahamas Defense Force. So right there, Madam Speaker, it's undeniable. The commission has its first responsibility in an investigation, Madam Speaker. Now, when they're investigating, God help the members of the Royal Bahamas Police Force that are on call like a surgeon around the clock. You know, they're on call around the clock, and it seems like they're on call around the clock because, yes, there have been more murders under this administration and others, but murders come at any time. Now, they even come in the daytime, Madam Speaker. So it's not an instance where you can have officers arriving at the crime scene to secure the crime scene and speak to the media. You now have officers that arrive at the crime scene and speak to media about the crime scene. They also now have to secure the crime scene. They also now have to secure the crime scene, Madam Speaker, for the arrival of the commission's investigators. Okay? So they now have to secure the crime scene for the arrival of the commission's investigator. Now, I call it the commission's investigator. Some people may say, well, it's the Parliament Commission's investigator, but it's the commission's investigator that now also has power to be at the scene of the crime as well. So duty to preserve evidence, that's in section 16, Madam Speaker. The Commissioner of Police shall implement measures in accordance with the directions issued by the Commission. The Commission is these two judges with over 10 years' experience and an accountant. So the Commissioner of Police shall implement measures in accordance with the directions issued by the Commission under subsection 1 to ensure that officers of the Royal Bahamas Police Force shall, as soon as practicable after being notified of an incident, attend at the scene of an incident to ensure preservation of the scene until the arrival of an investigator assigned to that scene by the Commission. And thereafter, each officer shall be under a duty until the investigator is satisfied that it is no longer necessary to do so, to continue to take steps for the purpose of preserving the scene. So you now have the around-the-clock, on-call members of the Royal Bahamas Police Force who will have to preserve evidence until the commission's investigator arrives. All right, so commission's investigators, these must be a member of the Royal Bahamas Police Force. Maybe it's a senior member of the Royal Bahamas Police Force that is acting in a way as their rank calls for them to act, but also acting in a way that they also are an investigator for the commissioner. But that's not the case. That's not the case, Madam Speaker. You now have another investigation body in the country, not just a commission for complaints body, not just a commission that will have investigators review the evidence given to them by the police, but investigators, commission investigators that can actually run a crime scene, Madam Speaker. You have commission investigators that can actually run a crime scene now, Madam Speaker. And there is a section in this act that speaks to the qualifications of an investigator. And among them, Madam Speaker, I recall one being that you can be an investigator if you have a degree in psychology. So it's interesting that the commission investigator can basically come out of nowhere. I think there's actually even no restriction on them being Bahamian, Madam Speaker. I know for a fact there's no restriction on where the commission actually reviews evidence in an investigation or has a hearing. They can have it in the Bahamas or they can have it outside of the Bahamas, Madam Speaker. So you have this little wild card arm of a parliamentary commission that has its own investigators, separate and apart from police investigators that can arrive on the scene. So you know, there's a lot in this bill, Madam Speaker. I don't know how well it was thought out, whether this was in fact the better way to go about this, at the end of the day, investigation into the allegations under the U.S. indictment. But you have a situation also, again, coming back to the role of Parliament, that well, before I get to that, before I get back to this point of the role of Parliament, what happens? What happens when an offense has occurred in public? The Director of Public Prosecutions will be waiting on a report from the Commission. And then upon its receipt of a report from the Commission, it'll make a determination if it's going to bring criminal prosecution. So what are the police doing when a Commission investigator has come to a crime scene that the police are also there? Is it like you see on U.S. television shows where one investigative body outranks another and then takes over control of the investigation? Or does the police still go through the process of collecting all the evidence and, okay, it's on the direction of the Commission, and once they've collected that evidence, they simply leave it for the Commission investigators to investigate and make arrests and recommendations on? How is it going to work? Because it seems like once you make the police seconded to the Commission investigators, you have basically told them to stand down. 21? You basically told them to stand down, Madam Speaker. Okay, so I'm just going to read 21. Ongoing investigations by security forces or public bodies. Where before the commencement of the Act there is an investigation of an incident in security force, public body, security force, public body shall notify the Commission of the details and the stage of the investigation. The Commission shall take over management, supervision, direction, and control of the investigation. Bam. Bam. You know, even something the police were involved with before this Act came into place. Once it comes into place, Commission rolls up with the psychology degree and tells you, guess what? We're taking over now. You guys stand down, do what we tell you to do. Give us the evidence when we want the evidence. Protect the evidence. Are they still protecting it at police stations, in police holding cells? And then they just basically, when a psychologist comes forward and tells them jump, they're just going to now have to learn to jump to the beat of the Parliamentary Investigations Commission. I think that is embarrassing, Madam Speaker. I don't know if members of the Royal Bahamas Police Force were consulted in this. But again, you have a situation where once the Commission files a report to the Director of Public Prosecutions, they can then bring criminal proceedings. They're doing it based on the report and the evidence of the investigators, Madam Speaker. And I'll just conclude with this point. There can be instances of complaints that have been made where even though there's evidence that is given of the offense taking place, that they can simply say, we are not going to take this matter further, and they'll give a report and the reasons why they're not recommending it for criminal prosecution. That gets reported to the DPP and also, I think, to Parliament, Madam Speaker. So it's just very odd how all of this works, and the tie-in back to the Attorney General, the tie-in back to all of this reporting that it needs to do to Parliament, and you know who is likely to see the offences for complaints made against them sort of dismissed. I don't think it's going to be persons low on the totem pole, Madam Speaker. So here is the part, Madam Speaker. Where the results of an investigation under the section, this is in section 13.7, where the results of an investigation under the section clearly indicate participation in an incident by a concerned officer or concerned specified official, the Commission shall resolve the complaint informally in accordance with section 18 without convening a hearing. And Section 18 says, informal resolution of complaints, the commission is not required to hold the hearing into complaint where the commission is satisfied that the complaint may be justly and adequately resolved otherwise than by a hearing. So you have instances where there's actually a complaint made. Someone's put their life on the line, made a complaint. There's enough evidence, but the commission, the two attorneys appointed by the Prime Minister and the one accountant, or maybe just the two attorneys, have decided that they can resolve this without any complaint, prosecution recommendation going to the DPP. I don't know how the public's going to receive this, Madam Speaker. I'm very skeptical. The thing that stands out to me most is how the Royal Bahamas Police Force has been usurped by this Parliamentary Investigations Commission. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Asmini. The chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Baines and Lansdowne.
And honorable members of this House of Assembly, good evening. Madam Speaker, I know it's kind of late in the evening, so I'll try to make it as brief as possible. I assure you I wouldn't be as brief as the member for St. Anne's. I am extremely thankful for the opportunity to stand in this House and represent the great people of Baines and Grand Sound in support of this compendium of bills, Madam Speaker. We are here to debate the Independent Commission of Investigations and the Protected Disclosures Bill 2025. But before I dive into the meat of my presentation, I'd like to beg leave to give a few updates on matters relevant to the constituency of which I've had the pleasure of serving since 2021. But before I go just there, Madam Speaker, last night I had the opportunity to witness the launch and landing of NASA's SpaceX Falcon 9 off the shores of Eleuthera and Exuma in the Bahamas. As a technologist, I was proud to witness this event firsthand, as this form of innovation and ingenuity occurring here in the Bahamas is outstanding, and we should all be proud. I give kudos to the government, specifically the Ministry of Tourism, Aviation and Investments, for their insight, orchestration, and bringing to fruition this project as it represents another first and an historic moment for the Bahamas on the world stage. Madam Speaker, as we are winding down the second month in the year of 2025, a lot has been done in the Baines and Grand Sound constituency. In January, we hosted our annual Dr. B.J. Nottage Fun Run Walk and Health Exposing. Our annual monthly breakfast program continues. We celebrated with the Philadelphia Eagles as we watched them claim victory at our third annual constituency Super Bowl party. Our Saturdays, if you drop it, pick it up, community cleanup campaign is in the constituency and has resumed and is growing stronger and stronger in our communities, showing that we can keep our communities clean together. This Saturday, Madam Speaker, we will be on Augusta Street at the old banana farm or the festival grounds, cleaning up the area. And I'd like to encourage more people to join us in this venture. Madam Speaker, we are making headway with many new and continued projects in our constituency. In March, we will be hosting the Baines and Grand Sound Small Contractors Bonfire Workshop and Training. at the Bain and Grandstand Family Center and Constituency Office on Blue Hill Road. I encourage all small business contractors in Bain and Grandstand to register. We want you to register now as the deadline for registration is fast approaching. Also, I want to thank Minister Glenys Hanna Martin, the MP for Angliston, as we are piggybacking off her youth conclave, and we are planning a young people conclave on all Bahamian amateur song and DJ competition under the theme, Unleashing the Power Within. That's an excellent program, Madam Speaker. We are in full planning mode, and the dates and times to be released soon. Again, thank you, Minister. This Saturday, we will be hosting the Bain and Grandstand Street Meeting in Poland Division 9. Our topic will be the new Urban Renewal Authority, the benefits to inner cities, specifically Bains and Grandstand. Our special guest will be the Honorable Keith Bell, Minister of Housing and Urban Renewal. In addition, we'll also be discussing crime and the fear of it. How can we reduce crime within Bain and Grandstand and the community at large? One of Bain and Grandstand finest sons, Superintendent Davy Pratt, will be our guest speaker. Yours truly will also be speaking, followed by a question and answer session. Refreshments will also be served. Madam Speaker, I want to publicly express my condolences to the following families of Bains and Grandstand. Mrs. Henrietta Stubbs of Dumping Ground Corner, who suffered a short illness and subsequently passed away. The family of Aniska Bonnaby, formerly of West Street and Fleming Street. Mr. Reuben Thompson's family of Wellington Street, to his wife, children, his father, Amador Thompson, and all family and friends. Please accept my sincere condolences on the passing. On another note, Madam Speaker, I would like to wish Executive Jason Turner of the Bain and Grandstand branch and all residents of Bain and Grandstand celebrating this month a happy, happy birthday and all the best to you all. Also would like to wish happy birthday to Minister Lisa Raming, the member for Marathon. Madam Speaker, as mentioned earlier, I am proud to be able to make my contribution on this compendium of bills before this House today. These bills are transformative and enables the Bahamas to align itself or be in good company with other global and regional countries which subscribes to responsible and good governance. Even though the laying and debating of these bills in this Honorable House was triggered by international events involving Bahamian officials as detailed by the United States District Court in New York, I applaud our Prime Minister Davis and this administration for responding right away to ensure that we as a country and that we as a people can seek to restore public trust and reinforce a culture of accountability, transparency, and integrity within and throughout the public and private sector organizations within the Bahamas. Prime Minister Davis, in this House, articulated a clear and resolute stance against corruption, emphasizing that his government is determined to challenge, confront, and dismantle criminal networks anywhere they are found and rooted. Madam Speaker, the Organization for Responsible Governance has acknowledged that this bill has a significant advancement in oversight and accountability within the Bahamas. But you see, the member for Marco City didn't mention that in his presentation, just doom and gloom as it relates to the bills debated today. Madam Speaker, as the Member of Parliament for Bain and Grandstand, I wish to echo the sentiments of my people who say They agree with these bills because it demonstrates, one, the law is for all and not just for the small man, and two, when the small man reports a suspected criminal matter, he or she is fully protected under the law. My people say they are proud of this government for introducing these bills in Parliament in this term in office because it demonstrates that the Progressive Liberal Party government has nothing to hide or nothing to fear. And I agree with them. Madam Speaker, my debate will focus on the following key factors or points. Number one, the importance of transparency. Number two, the protection for whistleblowers. Number three, strengthening democracy. Number four, public engagement. 5, comparative analysis. And 6, commitment to reform. Yeah. I close. Madam Speaker, as a country, no doubt we were all taken aback when the news hit the local and international media about our high-ranking law enforcement officers from both forces were interdicted or intercepted and taken into custody for being alleged for being involved in wrongdoings within the United States of America. This, Madam Speaker, begs the question, how did this happen? Or how long has it been happening? So, the passage of these bills, Madam Speaker, will seek to heighten the importance of transparency and governance in our institutions. We as an administration are now emphasizing through these bills the need for greater transparency and accountability. These bills will assist in building public trust in our law enforcement institutions by ensuring that the investigations into misconduct are handled independently and effectively. The key word in this bill, or the ICI, Madam Speaker, is independent, which can be synonymous to autonomous, as we see the composition of the Independent Commission of Investigations to include the following. The ICI will comprise the commissioners appointed by the Governor General on the Prime Minister's advice after consultation with the leader of the opposition. 3 advisors or investigators, Madam Speaker. This in itself reflects bipartisanship and transparency as the opposition leader is consulted and involved in the process of these appointments. Madam Speaker, the bill outlines the scope of the ICI's mandate, which is to investigate matters involving alleged breaches in criminal law by security forces or specified officials, including but not limited to members of Parliament and specified officials of all levels. Critical to these bills, especially as it relates to the ICI, is the protection of the person or persons making the report, AKA the whistleblower. Therefore, it is important if this bill is to be effective, there must be an environment for safe and conducive for the reporter or the whistleblower. Hence, Madam Speaker, this is where the Protected Disclosures Bill comes into force. The protection of whistleblowers is extremely significant. We see this bill, that the Protected Disclosure Bill 2025 aims to establish a comprehensive framework for reporting misconduct within public and private sectors, providing protection for individuals who disclose wrongdoings in good faith. As mentioned earlier, it is essential to create an environment where individuals feel safe to report wrongdoings without fear of retaliation. And this administration advocates the same. The bill clearly outlines the responsibilities of the government to protect people willing or able to report matters deemed as criminal acts. The Protected Disclosure Bill speaks to the following: protection from retaliation. Individuals making protected disclosures are shielded from occupational detriments, including dismissal, disciplinary action, or any form of discrimination. Confidentiality assurance, Madam Speaker. The identity of the whistleblowers to be kept confidential, Madam Speaker. We see the unauthorized disclosure of the whistleblower constitutes an offense. Also, Madam Speaker, immunity from civil and criminal liability is assured the whistleblower, as whistleblowers are granted immunity concerning the disclosure, provided it is made in good faith and based on a reasonable belief that the information is genuine. Madam Speaker, I believe that these bills are crucial for strengthening democracy in the Bahamas. Independent oversight, I believe, can deter corruption and promote ethical behavior among public officials. This conforms to Hawthorne's effect in management, which is, in summary, once an employee is being observed, his or her performance in the workplace differs and is usually more positive. Madam Speaker, this administration has engaged the public, and stemming from the court of public opinion, we are today debating this compendium of bills because we believe that it's vital that citizens of the Bahamas feel that their voices are heard in the legislative process. We are confident that we have the support of the Bahamian people by debating these bills in the House of Assembly today. As a Christian nation, these bills conform to, from a legislative perspective, godly values and principles. Madam Speaker, before I conclude my debate, I have two more points which I wish to reflect upon. When comparing what we are doing as a country by implementing these compendium of bills, it is good to note that several countries in the region have been working on or have established similar bills, including Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago, Barbados, Guyana, and St. Lucia, all aimed at promoting transparency, accountability, and good governance. Based on my research, the implementation of similar legislation has resulted in positive outcomes in governance and public administration. This is a big deal, Madam Speaker. And again, it took a PLP-led administration to introduce these bills to the Bahamas. The opposition had several opportunities to introduce and read in this House bills to address matters of transparency and good governance, especially considering the loud cries of corruption by the Progressive Liberal Party, but did nothing or very little. Madam Speaker, as I conclude, this administration is committed to progressive legislation reforms for the good of the Bahamian people and to bolster their confidence and trust in the institutions of this country. With these bills, we are ensuring that our institutions serve the people and does not advocate crooked or shady affairs. Madam Speaker, this government is about action and solving problems to enhance the greatest good for the greatest number of its citizens are achieved. The people of the Bahamas expect more, and the Prime Minister and this administration is executing on its promise for a better, all-inclusive, and safe Bahamas. Madam Speaker, we are committed to reform, and we pledge to work collaboratively across party lines to ensure that these bills are passed and implemented effectively, therefore enhancing the integrity of public service in the Bahamas. This framework can help guide as a constructive contribution to this debate, aligning with overarching goals of good governance and accountability. These bills recognize and ensure that no one, Madam Speaker, no one, that no entity or no organization is above the law. In brief, if you breach the law, you will be held accountable and upon conviction, be made to pay. With that being said, Madam Speaker, I said I would be brief. Bain and Grandson affirms its support for these compendium of bills. Thank you, and God bless.
Madam Speaker, I didn't want to interrupt the good member for being in Grandstown.
Thank you, honorable member.
He didn't want to interrupt the member for Bain and Grandstown, but he did make reference to the U.S. indictment identifying members of the Royal Bahamas Police Force, and I think that it is unfair simply to mention members of the Royal Bahamas Police Force, where in the indictment itself, an excerpt says, Elvis Nathaniel Curtis, the defendant, said that in exchange for $2 million USD, a high-ranking Bahamian politician who Curtis named would authorize the assistance and involvement of Bahamian law enforcement officials, including armed Royal Bahamas Police Force officers, in facilitating and ensuring cocaine shipments. So it's not just members of the Royal Bahamas Police Force that the public has lost confidence in. It's this allegation of the ready involvement of a high-ranking Bahamian politician, and that, Madam Speaker, should become part of one of the reports under Section 15 and hopefully a public hearing, so the public can again have confidence in its politicians.
Members, you must be careful because all of these things that we speak of are before the courts, and we have so many attorneys in this place. So let's be careful the way we manage and we talk about these indictments. Again, as many, the chair recommends the honorable member for Kalani.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker,
Yeah, but be putting people's name on
I
public
want to say I
records.
enjoyed listening to the member from Fort Charlotte this morning. The member from Fort Charlotte is truly a teacher, a professor, and no, I loved his presentation, and I think a lot of people should listen. It was very a learning experience. Madam Speaker, I rise to make my contribution. There's these two bills, the Independent Commission of Investigation 2025 and the Protected Disclosure Bill 2025. And through this bill, we debate an important issue for our country. That is how we investigate complaints against our members of our security services and other senior public officials. In recent times, Madam Speaker, via two scandals, there have been explosive claims against members of the Royal Bahamas Police Force, for example. The Voice Note scandal involved allegations of bribery, corruption, and possible complicity, collusion, or involvement in murders. and several officers have been charged with various crimes related to this scandal. There may be further charges brought against additional officers. Then there was the drug trafficking scandal in which a senior police officer and defense force officer were arrested in the United States, along with another policeman being indicted. And the overall U.S. indictment suggested significant corruption in the police force and among government officials in the smuggling of cocaine into the United States. We still don't know who those alleged officials might be. And I ask the question, does the Prime Minister know? Madam Speaker, I can recall that when I was Prime Minister, an indictment was being handed down, and I was informed in advance as to who was going to be indicted. And therefore, the question must be asked, if this Prime Minister was not informed, is it that the U.S. government does not trust this government? Or is it that the investigation may involve individuals who are close to individuals, the officials of the government or themselves? Or does the Prime Minister know and not really want to reveal? Has he been informed by the U.S. officials? If not, Madam Speaker, then why not? The Americans allege that tons and tons of cocaine were trafficked to their country via this vast conspiracy. This scandal made international news, further harming the reputation of our country under this PLP administration. The opposition, some in the press and others in the country, have repeatedly called for a commission of inquiry to address what is going on in the police force. And such commissions are legal Bahamian tools designated for instances where there is corruption in high places and institutional malfeasance or wrongdoing. Madam Speaker, a commission is so important because still today, Bahamian women, young women, are coming to me expressing some of the things that had happened to them while at Nygaard Key. And Madam Speaker, you would be appalled as to what they have said to me as to police officers who were present and other officials who may have been present. And Madam Speaker, when you listen to these individuals who spoke to me, not necessarily as a politician, but as a physician, they are undergoing great psychological disturbance, and a closure must come to this particular case so that these individuals can have a complete closure. The Prime Minister has rejected calls for a commission of inquiry, citing bizarre reasons why one is not necessary. In one instance, he said they are too costly. This is from the same Prime Minister who likes to constantly travel, including on private jets to faraway places. This Prime Minister easily finds the money for whatever suits his fancy. This is also the same Prime Minister who called for the same man who called for multiple commissions on all kinds of things while he was in opposition over the years. The blatant hypocrisy of his current view is astounding. Though not surprising, he is clearly frightened to call a commission of inquiry. The governing party has also said that the bill before us can deal with the scandals we have recently seen play out. Let us be clear on this point, Madam Speaker. This bill is part of a long-term effort to address how we as a country deal with complaints against law enforcement and senior government officials. It will likely take more than a year, if not years, after Parliament passes this bill before the new commission is fully staffed, funded, and ready to do its work. And we know that given the multiple failures of this government to fulfill basic promises and to run things like road traffic in a competent manner, that this will take a very, very long time to set up and to get going. And Madam Speaker, if time permits, I will explain how incompetent, irresponsible, and small concern this government may have for the lives of many Bahamians, if time permits. Perhaps this bill was intended to deflect and to detract from the explosive indictments by the U.S. government and the many allegations of corruption on the force. In other words, the PLP had to be seen to be doing something because they were getting political heat here at home and getting heat from abroad. When I said in December, just recently, in December, that this bill was a waste of time, I was referring to it being of no use to us in addressing the current major scandals facing the police force. The Prime Minister should ask the Governor General to call a commission of inquiry into the police force. The PLP have a terrible history when it comes to commissions of inquiry. They tried to block one during the drug era after we became labeled a nation for sale on their watch. That commission revealed the depth of the corruption which reached the highest places in government. Is the PLP dead scared today what a commission of inquiry might reveal?
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Engliston.
And distorts reality and history. And it's unfortunate. We don't have to do that. Let the facts play themselves out and make your point. The only one who could have called a commission of inquiry in a sovereign nation would have been the government at the time. So they couldn't block anything. They called it. They called the commission of inquiry.
So what's the point?
Your point is that they tried to block it. It's not true. It's not true. Please, they did not try. Did not. Did not.
The voice of the people was too strong.
Yeah, you were here? Just speak truth, man. Speak truth.
Speaker, the pressure locally,
Thank you, honorable member.
The pressure locally and internationally was very, very severe, so that the government eventually had to call a commission of inquiry. That commission revealed the depth of the corruption which reached the highest places in government. Is the PLP dead scared today what a commission of inquiry might reveal about corruption and scandal in very high places in 2025? If they aren't afraid and running scared, they would be brave and ask for a commission. The country has concerns about the force. While I acknowledge that most of the organization consists of honest men and women, there are some bad actors and perhaps systemic problems that need to be rooted out. We see in the newspapers the various officers being charged with unlawful killings or drug smuggling or sexual offenses. We need a commission to look at the two major scandals, but also the structure of the force to determine if institutional changes are necessary. Madam Speaker, corruption has a great negative effect on countries. In the Bahamas, we can lose in excess of $1 billion in addition to an additional 16.5% decrease in investment. And this can have great effect on poverty, breeds poverty, income inequality, and a commission, Madam Speaker, would give us an opportunity to refashion the police force and other entities that need to be repaired. But not only that, the extra monies that we would have saved, as was mentioned, can result in us even decreasing taxes when necessary. Madam Speaker, again, why is the Prime Minister so scared of a commission of inquiry? Madam Speaker, I wish to address another matter related to the force that begs many questions and requires accountability by the Prime Minister and the Minister of National Security. The Commissioner of Police.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Freetown. Thank you, honorable members. It's been moved and seconded that the business of this House proceed beyond the 7 p.m. hour. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The business of this House will proceed beyond the 7 p.m. hour. You may continue, honorable member.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The Commissioner of Police recently announced the termination of a lucrative security contract held by the Deputy Commissioner, Anthony Roll. As others have said, this cannot be the end of this matter. We need an accounting and investigation of this and other similar contractual arrangements. These kinds of agreements continue to have serious implications for the integrity and proper administrative functioning of the Royal Bahamas Police Force. There is an inherent conflict when senior officers have such government contracts. How the Deputy Commissioner Roll's company received such a lucrative contract? Was this a no-bid contract? Has his company's favored status with the government compromised his ability to carry out his duties with impartiality? What were the circumstances? What dictated the agreement? Under whose authority was the contract given? They pose a challenge between personal interests and one's duty as a senior officer. Was the Prime Minister aware of this contract? Or what grounds has the contract been terminated? The Prime Minister must be open and transparent on this matter. If the government fails to answer questions on such a matter, it is clear that they have little to no commitment to truly doing what is right. Madam Speaker, I support the bill before us as a long-term tool to assist with oversight of the security forces and government officials. However, Madam Speaker, there are several suggestions I wish to make to the governing party that need to be looked at in the proposed law. My initial concern with the legislation relates to its proposed scope. The law will cover the police and defense forces, the Department of Corrections, the Customs and Excise Department, immigration, and any other force specified by Parliament. That is just the beginning of who is covered, Madam Speaker. Next, what is listed is a long series of government officials who too fall under scrutiny from this proposed commission. The list is long and broad, including a vast group of state actors. This is good. This is good, but it also presents challenges. On the other hand, more scrutiny will come to more state officials. On the other hand, with so many agencies and officials possibly under scrutiny via this bill, the Commission will have to be a very large organization to be able to carry out its responsibilities in a timely manner. Does the government foresee a large commission? This legislation called for only 3 commissioners. Will that be enough? We already have a backlog in our criminal justice system. We cannot try enough matters fast enough to keep up with the volume of cases in the system. If we create a commission that gets too many complaints for its size because it has oversight of so many state agencies and officials, then we could create a backlog in this system of complaints also. That would mean justice would be delayed or hard to be achieved via this independent commission of investigation. The government, Madam Speaker, should consider carefully if what it is creating will be able to handle all of its responsibilities. Madam Speaker, I rise on another concern along these lines. Each of the security forces named in this legislation and the various state officers have their own systems of dealing with complaints. Does the governing party foresee this commission as being the only place where all complaints are dealt with? Or will these agencies still continue with their complaints processes? Based on the legislation, it seems as if this commission, once established, will be the place where all complaints are handled. Section 21, subsection 1 and 2 of the legislation say, 1, where before the commencement of this act, there is an investigation of an incident by a security force or public body, the security force or public body shall notify the Commission of the details and the stage of the investigation, and the Commission shall take over the management, the supervision, direction, and control of the investigation. And 2, the Commission, Section 2, the Commission shall request from the responsible head or responsible officer the delivery of documents and other information relating to the investigation and direct that no further action be taken by the security force or public body in the investigation. Via this section of the bill, these state agencies would lose carriage of internal investigations once the commission comes into force. It seems as if it is envisioned that the commission would deal with all major complaints of these agencies. That is a massive scope of work for the commission. And again, I ask, is what this law is creating big enough to deliver timely investigations and reporting? Or will the scope of work be too large and therefore create a huge backlog in the investigation of complaints for the security forces and these public officials? Additionally, how would this law work with the police force's power? Can this be challenged constitutionally? No one or no new act can stop the Commissioner of Police from our constitutional role to investigate crimes. If a complaint comes to the police force about police officers once this act comes into force, the police will still fully investigate matters and cannot stop such investigations because of the creation of this commission. This bill may need some more rethinking when it comes to how it will coexist with the police force's powers with matters related to the police officers. Madam Speaker, I raise a further area of concern with this legislation. Section 17 speaks to public information regarding the handling of complaints. It says, unless seeing the need for confidentiality, that press releases may be issued at the commencement of the investigations, and they shall be issued on the resolution of a complaint. My concern is with Section 2 of Section 7, subsection 2 of Section 17, and it says, press releases issued under subsection 1A, Roman numerical 2, and reports submitted to Parliament under subsection 1B shall not contain details of evidence adduced before the Commission or the recommendations of the Commission to the Director of Public Prosecution. The legislation empowers the Commission to make recommendations for prosecution to the Director of Public Prosecutions, or the DPP. It is my view, Madam Speaker, that when the final press release is issued at the end of a complaint, the public should be informed if the Commission recommended charges to the DPP. This law is saying that the recommendation by the Commission to the DPP should not be included in the concluding press release. In my view, that should not be. The people should know the full final ruling of the Commission. I disagree with this part of the proposed law and think it should be amended. Further, how have similar commissions worked, including in our Caribbean neighbors? I understand that the results appear to be quite mixed and require good staffing, adequate resources, and no political interference. Madam Speaker, we must be more aggressive with addressing corruption in our public institutions. The bill can help with that in time, but there are areas of it we should consider more carefully. We must be very aggressive with managing corruption, Madam Speaker. The governing party should take seriously the various suggestions made by the opposition to make this bill even better. Madam Speaker, a matter that concerns, we've been talking quite a bit about the space booster system that landed within our Bahama Islands. And therefore, I want to pose a question to the government. I would ask the honorable member for Exuma and Ragged Island to confirm that he recently traveled on government business at the expense of Bahamian people and 2 permanent secretaries, and if so, whether the individuals they were scheduled to meet failed to show up, thereby disrespecting them. And I also, Madam Speaker, want to ask the same member whether SpaceX has been identified as contributing to climate change by releasing chlorine into the environment and by burning fuel that creates carbon dioxide, soot, and black carbon, which trap heat and damage the ozone layer. It also has been shown to pollute the water, damage wildlife habitats, and pollute wetlands. In the past, they have ignored environmental regulations And in fact, the Environmental Protection Agency and the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality have fined SpaceX for violating the Clean Water Act. And I know that the member for Exuma cares for our pristine waters, our beautiful beaches, and I know that the Honorable Prime Minister has been actively campaigning on this climate change agenda. So I must ask the Honorable Member for Exuma table the environmental impact studies that he must have commissioned before to agreeing to SpaceX landing yesterday. If he cannot table these studies, he would have been gambling with the future of our pristine environment. So it is critical that these studies be tabled on a most urgent basis. Madam Speaker, last few minutes I would want to reiterate that corruption, as we see within our shores today, as I repeat, it must be dealt with aggressively. The savings, economic savings, is astronomical for our country. We need to have a commission within the police force so that we can refashion the police force. We would have additional funding once we deal with corruption and enforcement of laws and regulations. And while looking at the police force, Madam Speaker, it's only fair that for the amount of work that they do and the danger that they expose themselves to, that we should have an independent salary review commission for the police force, so that the independent salary review commission, just as is done for the judiciaries, the judges, that commission every 3 years can make determination on salaries, and you would be surprised. The starting salaries of policemen and policewomen may start at $40,000 as opposed to $20,000. The commissioner of police, you may be surprised. That's a part of the security systems, yes. Yes, yes, absolutely. That, Madam Speaker, you'd be surprised that the commissioner of police salary would be elevated to well in excess of $100,000. And that is why it is important to have a salary review commission independent of the politicians. Madam Speaker, thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Member Asmini. The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Engliston.
Madam Speaker, I thank you for this opportunity. I won't be long. I don't have much of a voice right now, but I wanted to have my voice as impacted as it is by the flu at this moment. No, I'm good, thank you. To go on the record, no, thank you. To go on the, you still have my thing from government, I'm still there. No, I don't want it here. To go on the record at my absolute relief that we are bringing to this Parliament and for the Bahamian people this legislation, yes, which has, yes, this is a big day in this country. And I don't want politics to minimize what is happening today. That's right. Madam Speaker, this is our Constitution. Yes. And this is a document that was produced and discussed with our colonizers, and ultimately a considered document which laid out the fundamental rights of every person in this nation. Yes. And I just go a little bit through it, because what we are talking about today relates to those fundamental rights. And this Constitution should never, in this country, be seen as a document that has lost its strength for our people and for every individual. Article 15 speaks about every person from Baintown to Inagua to Engliston, every person in this nation is entitled to the fundamental rights and freedoms of the individual. That is to say, has the right, whatever his race, place of origin, political opinions, color, creed, or sex, but subject to the right to respect for the rights and freedoms of others and for the public interest to each and all of the following, namely, life. Life is guaranteed in our Constitution, Madam Speaker. Yes. I feel very strongly about this. Yes. Life is guaranteed. Liberty, security of the person, and the protection of law. Yes. Freedom of conscience, of expression, of assembly, of association, protection of privacy of the home. Yes. And other property, and from deprivation of property without compensation, and it goes on. What we are talking about today deals with, it's directly connected to this fundamental document. And as the member for Fort Charlotte demonstrated, it is referred to, the Constitution is referred to twice in this document, and third, and again in the disclosure bill. It speaks to the fundamental importance. What is being raised up today, I don't care what the politics is. And if it's imperfect, we'll perfect it. But this is a critical step that they never did. But we spend a whole day hearing all this postulation. This legislation recognizes the right of every citizen from Baintown to Angliston to Centerville, wherever they're from. Their right as citizens of this nation. And so this is a big thing. It's big. And this, I hope, will change the culture of what has been happening, the tacit acceptance of so many things that have been going on. And I'm hoping that this is the beginning of a new day in this country, where the average citizen will find recourse for violations or for any aspect or any irregularity that happens within their realm, and they can go somewhere and get relief in this country. Yes. And I hear this talk with Commission of Inquiry, that political line we've been hearing all day. But this is a permanent commission of inquiry. It is established, and it will have perpetual oversight over all of these matters that we concern ourselves of. And it actually meets the format of commissions of inquiry. It has the investigators, the directors. It talks about how evidence is received. It talks about what happens after the evidence is received, and there is a finding or recommendation. It goes to Director of Public Prosecutions. This is in line with the Commission of Inquiry. Yes. And it's one for every citizen, not one for, that's called by the opposition to do it for this. This is one where any citizen of this nation can have a commission of inquiry on what has impacted their lives. Yep. And so, Madam Speaker, this is a big day. And if it's imperfect, along the way we'll perfect it. But this is a critical, long overdue. See, he who feels it knows it, you know. Madam Speaker, people in this country feel it and they know it. And this will allow them to be able to get relief, to have their voices heard, and not be banging against closed doors. And we're seeing some stuff happening now. We're seeing shifts already. And you know, this thing about a specific situation before the courts. Listen, we all live in this Bahamas. We know that we have had to have independence in the investigation of police matters long time. This has not just happened because of this under PLP administration. And you know, I heard the member for St. Anne's talk about murders in broad daylight. I said, I hate having to do this, but it's the same perpetuation of inaccurate, I wouldn't want to say deliberate, because I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. But in the pandemic, anyone remember the pandemic? We were locked down. lockdown. Okay? In 20, in alphabetical order. In 2020, there were 73 murders. In 2019, there were 79 murders. 2018, 91 murders. But when we were locked down, we had murders, and most of them were in broad daylight because I think you had some limited movement to go to the shop or whatever. So most of them were in broad daylight. So this point about broad daylight, we have the problem of violence in this country is very real, very real. And why, how, what, I don't know. We have to get to the bottom of it. But to come in here and purport that a PLP government somehow incites or neglects its dealing with violence in this country is dishonest. It's dishonest. And the Bahamian people know better. But of course, the Bahamian people want solutions. They want solutions. They ain't interested in this politics. They want solutions. They losing their sons, and their daughters, and their children to violence. So they want solutions to this also. So, Madam Speaker, just to go over a little bit of the areas that this permanent commission of inquiry, not the one they want called for political reasons, the permanent commission of inquiry calls for deals with certain matters. These matters include allegations, investigations include murder or manslaughter, okay? Armed robbery, obstruction and perversion of justice, bribery, drug trafficking, money laundering, acts of terrorism, and on, rape and sexual offenses. And so this has a very wide, broad scope in this regard. But there's nothing wrong with that because you do not want interested parties investigating themselves. By no good practice is that accepted, and that's been happening a very long time in many respects in this country. This is long overdue, and I believe it is empowering to this document right here, the respect for the rights of every person in this nation. And the legislation, the bill before us, I think I heard someone talk about, who appoints them and who, but someone got to appoint somebody. It doesn't drop out the sky. When we have the Commission of Inquiry, we heard referred to, those commissioners were appointed by the then government. And they were not unanimous, if you recall. There was one commissioner not everybody's a crook, Not everybody is dishonest. Not everybody gonna speak to the PLP because it says, the bill says you can speak with other organizations. Not everyone is going to call the PLP and say, what you think I should do with this? I think it's very, very dumbing down of who we are as a people. We got no integrity nowhere. We can bring in people from somewhere else. And so, Madam Speaker, I'm not going to say much. I just want to say that I think this is such an important day where the average person in this country, okay, not the politicians politicians always seem to be us on this side, but y'all got them over there too. Plenty of politicians on your side. Where the average person is able to find justice in this country and to do so in a way in which is not constrained by anything. On the other point I want to raise, and I was just looking at it, I think the member for Pinewood also referred to it, where the importance of this also is that we had a situation in this country where two or three politicians were charged before the courts. And it was always said that they were political persecutions. And in the main one that proceeded, the chief magistrate in that court, in that matter, spoke about egregious behavior of ministers of the government And they're saying judicially condemned. It went to the Court of Appeal and the Privy Council. That's another thing we don't want to see again in this country, where you use the state to go after people, including, I'll just say it like that way, the state to go after people. And so, Madam Speaker, I believe this is a good day in this country. I want to say some things, but Engliston, but I can get to that. I just wanted to say that what we should be celebrating today is the permanency of a commission to inquire. And I hope, Madam Speaker, I hope that we will see a culture shift in this country, because we all have to be accountable. Law enforcement officers, politicians, individuals in our respective places, there has to be accountability. We cannot coexist in a state where we believe there is none. And a lot of people believe if they can't say there's none, that it's limited. Accountability is limited. So this is an important step, and really, I had hoped it should have happened sooner. They had the opportunity and didn't, and we have the opportunity, and we are. And as I said, Madam Speaker, if it's imperfect, as they've explained in great detail, then let us see as we move along how we do it. But this has to happen. This has to happen. It's important for the dignity and the integrity of this nation, and for the protection of fundamental rights of people in this country. And so, Madam Speaker, the member for Fort Charlotte said, I like how you put that this legislation gives the power to the people to initiate. They can go and lodge a matter for the Commission of Inquiry. And so let us hope and pray that this creates a shift of culture in the Bahamas, a shift of culture. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The chair recognizes the Honorable Member from Marco City.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I did not want to interrupt the member, but Madam Speaker, the point that I rise on is certainly to defend the position of the opposition with respect to the recommendations we made. We wouldn't want the public to get the impression this is exclusively for politics. Madam Speaker, some extraordinary things have happened, not just under this administration, but one of the extraordinary things is you had a heist. I've counted at least 7 persons have been murdered related to a single matter. The persons who were suspected of participating, the persons, if my numbers are off, the Minister of National Security has far more information than me. He could put it on the record. But the persons, Madam, directly related were at least 5 or so, 4 persons who were suspects. According to officers I spoke to on the scene of a triple homicide, one of those persons was being sought by whomever was seeking to silence persons. 3 innocent persons were killed during that process. Could I complete, Madam Speaker? I asked for the same courtesy you extended. I wish to complete the thought, and he can speak. I wish to complete. Which matter? Which matter is before the court? Which matter? Which matter? Madam Speaker, he has no idea what matter I'm even talking about, because I've not completed the statement. So, Madam Speaker, the point I'm making is this. Multiple persons have died. This is a situation of great gravity. So when persons raise these issues, what they're saying is they do not see an effort by the government taking extraordinary steps to solve a matter to solve a matter where multiple persons have died. So this isn't playing politics. It was, Madam Speaker, I recall when the member for Freetown was a defense attorney. And I remember, Madam Speaker, when a number of persons died on Jerome Avenue, I remember the comments of the member. It was an extraordinary circumstance that traumatized the country. So I'm saying whether it's under us or them, what you expect from a government is to demonstrate an outrage, and the efforts that government make demonstrate to the public they are leaving no stone unturned in order to address the issue. So I'm saying I do not sense that kind of urgency relative to it. That's the point I'm making, right? That's all I'm saying.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Englishton.
No, not in reference to what you
okay,
said.
because
I'm saying the impression I got is that you're thinking the comments and interventions we're making is strictly for politics. For us, it's not strictly for politics. We feel the pain and outrage and are concerned that we have to do business as usual. That we have to, yeah, but some of us never lost the passion. Some of us, like you, have never not been passionate about solving these issues. That's the point I'm making. And so the passion you show, that is scarce, in my view, on your side.
Okay, let me just say, Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, I believe that this legislation is a concrete demonstration of a bold nature to say, as the member for Fort Charlotte says, any person, anyone can go and get justice through this process. So, no. You want me to go through the bill? That's okay. No. The minister will go through the bill with you.
As meeting, the chair recognizes the honorable member for Yamacraw.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, thank you so much. I will seek to really cut down all of what I have to say and put it in 5 minutes or less. Madam Speaker, please indulge. If I could just get the stand, because of my height. Can't see that. But thank you. Thank you so much. Madam Speaker, after all has been said today, I think that the government, that our administration have represented once more that it's more than just rhetoric or electioneering that happens on this side. We're serious about the business of the Bahamian people. We have expressed what this bill means. It is action. It has been expressed when this bill was when a bill was first tabled, and we certainly did not wait 4 years to do it. And I commend the members on the side, including the member for Angliston, for making the connection to the Constitution and also the relevance of this and the importance of this bill, which has been somewhat, it feels like, since we're going on this feeling and what we're getting, it feels like the bill is under attack for imperfection and what is deemed imperfection. But we certainly know that what was presented in the past, well, there was nothing presented in the past. And also, we know that all of the investigations, everything is spoken about, we know that it was indicated that in May of 2021, I was going to read an article, remember Kalani is not here, but that's when the investigations would have begun, well documented. Madam Speaker, I would say that through legislation, we have an opportunity to create this environment of transparency and accountability And I am confident that all members present would agree that this transparency and accountability is paramount to maintain the trust of the general public and the integrity of our infrastructure, our socio-economic infrastructure. Madam Speaker, I would take this opportunity to commend the efforts of the persons who contributed to this bill, and also for the security branches and public officers who exceed expectations daily in their trust to keep us, or in their thrust to keep us safe and ensure that public service has a machinery that operates on a level of efficiency. Madam Speaker, unfortunately, we have seen the manifestations of some bad apples, yes, and the contents of this bill provide a framework of unparalleled autonomy in investigation of allegations, concerns, and complaints. And the interrelationships of these two bills is both to create an atmosphere of empowerment where employees understand that this administration is placing integrity above all, and promoting a sense of empowerment to speak truth to power, as is often said. Madam Speaker, this is very proactive, and I just want to touch on some assertions that were made earlier as I get ready to conclude my very short contribution. The national implications.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Marco City.
Madam Speaker, one of the points, again, the point of order is that he's suggesting that this bill is proactive. Madam Speaker, you may recall that in this place, within the last, I would say, 6 months, I recall raising this issue about how inappropriate it is for the police to be investigating itself. I remember the member for Freetown at one point made an intervention to say what is required in law in order for an independent investigation to be carried out relative to the armed forces is there. I'm not misquoting you. Okay, and so I find it quite interesting that multiple members on the government side now refer to this bill as groundbreaking and a departure from the way in which governments have been behaving in the past. And a new thing, to borrow something from Christendom, a new thing is being done in this place. The reality is we have made the point that there was a need for a separate function to occur, as well as a different process. And so I'm happy that they are on that road. But again, this whole story about being proactive, no, let's be real. This is a result of tremendous internal and external pressure that have forced us to change our thinking. All of us, including the government. So this is not a new proactive step. This is a response to pressure, and I'm glad it's come.
Madam Speaker, I totally disagree with what the member is saying, because this is something that has never been done before. And also it addresses future acts. So that in itself is proactive. There's a definition involved, and any feelings involved is just rhetoric, empty rhetoric and electioneering or politicking. Madam Speaker, we are innovating. We are improving the way we do business and the way public service works. And that is why our Minister of Public Service earlier today can not only boast of successes of the ministry, but can defend the decisions made. And I commend the defense of the decisions made to improve the public service and labor. This is the case in many ministries. And what I find incredible, Madam Speaker, is that a few weeks ago, the member for Golden Gates announced that over 752 week workers were permanent in various ministries. And I'm just going to make a point that shows that there's a lot of politicking, as the member for Angleton indicated. So a few weeks ago, there was 700 plus public servants who want 52-week program trying to get regularized for decades in some cases. And this is not only those 700, there are many before that we were regularizing since we came in, promoting, making permanent. And this is added to all of that. And with that good news, not a peep. Not a peep. Madam Speaker, that's the race.
Madam Speaker, the member is intentionally well, let's put it this way. He's misleading the public. Whether or not he predetermined he's going to do it or not, he's misleading the public. What he has not said, and my colleague asked an interesting question, how can 52-week program workers were, in fact, on the program for decades. The program didn't exist for decades, but that's a different story. Madam Speaker, when we left office, Madam Speaker, when we left office, there were at least 1,100 persons, 1,200. At least, so 1,200 persons, Madam Speaker, who were hired by delegated authority, who were permanent and pensionable. Sorry, are you listening? They were 1,200 persons.
That's right.
So when he talk about 700, and therefore that's 700, and I guarantee you it isn't 700 plus from the list of 1,200 who we left, who were hired to be permanent and pensionable.
You talking about politics?
They already had their letter.
That's right.
They already had their letter. So what he's talking about, him breaking no new ground, they stopped it.
It was done from July of 2021. You stopped it.
So this is not a new thing. Unless this is a brand new 780 something.
Members.
Madam Speaker, the same courtesy as you have extended to them. I'm just asking for the same. Could he have a seat while I finish the point, Madam Speaker? Just relax. Just have your seat. Have a seat and relax.
Yeah.
So, Madam Speaker, 1,200 persons got their letter before we left office.
That's right.
So it is inaccurate and untrue that what the member is saying, that they have confirmed 782. It could be 782 new persons, but again, there were 1,200 who were not treated as permanent and pensionable, and they had their letters before we left office.
Thank you.
The member, this is the point I'm making, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, no, I'm making the point that you would jump up to oppose and negative and defend something that has nothing to do with what I am saying. It is, if they have 1,200 people, they could boast that there are 1,200 people. But the record is clear that over 700 persons were just noted as persons who were made permanent and pensionable one time. That was the headline. And during this time, this was not election ploy. So
Members, it is getting late. Let's stick to the bill. Be very quick, Mr. Barnabas.
Madam Speaker, as the member for Marco City said, the member for Yamoussoukro just talked about playing politics, Madam Speaker. But on the point, what he will not say, and he's misleading this House, Madam Speaker, he has misled this House, because what he did not say is that these persons were entrained prior, Madam Speaker, please. Please, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I even have said. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The honourable member for Yamoussoukro has misled this House. Because what he has not said, Madam Speaker, is that there were 1,200 persons that were entrained to become permanent. This government stopped them from becoming permanent. Now they want to get credit. Madam Speaker, they stopped the process. They stopped the process that we started. They stopped the process, and added to that, Madam Speaker, the question is, Madam Speaker, for this government and for the member for Yamoussoukro, were these persons made permanent and pensionable back to July 1st of 2021 when we started it? That's the question, Madam Speaker. So don't try this.
Honourable
Y'all stop
members,
them.
members.
Y'all stop them. Stop them. Stop them.
There's a question that the member for
They got
Golden
their level.
Gates, that the member for
Madam
Golden
Speaker,
Gates
the member
have
stands up
already
there,
addressed.
misleads
Let's
this house,
move
and he
on.
needs to fix it.
Let's move
Don't
on.
mislead the house. You stand up
Yeah,
there.
my point, let's
you
move
know?
on. Let's talk about the Independent Commission of the Investigation Bill.
Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, the point of order is that I didn't say what they wanted me to say. I'm trying to really grasp the rule that they're relying on. The headlines had, and they can read, that 700 plus workers were made permanent. That was the headline. That's the fact that I've made here. And the member for Golden Gates indicated.
When did the process start?
Madam Speaker, privilege, please. The member's on.
Be up front, stop shouting, say, Be up front. My daddy
You could say, Madam Speaker, if the member,
I'd rather him say that.
Members, let's get back to the bill at hand, the Independent Commission of Investigation Bill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, so the member for Golden Gates would have made tremendous strides in her ministry. And today, she mentioned hiring retired persons, right? Including from the question that they answered. And it was answered.
Be careful now.
Madam Speaker.
Call people bunch over people. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. But you inherent distance. This mic open.
So Madam Speaker, they don't like the truth. They don't like the truth. But I'm going to say it anyway. So Madam Speaker, all that good news about the hiring of persons, the making permanent of 700 plus workers, not a peep. Today when the member mentioned hiring, as a question was answered, and the reasons, the negative opposition, and I call them the negative opposition because as you can see, they can find negativity in everything. I would have been applauding the 700 plus persons who made permanent, but they jumped up quickly and say, we started it. But they didn't do it, and that's not even accurate. And today, because it's done, they find the negativity and the opposition in it. Madam Speaker, here's what the negative opposition does. So I want the negative opposition to take note.
He did not make the point that we started the process. The persons had their letters in their hand. And if after 12 months there's no adverse evaluation of their performance, they are considered to be members of the permanent and pensionable establishment. So what he's talking about starting, we're not claiming to start, we're saying the process was completed. Much like when we came to office in 2017 and met thousands of persons who were sent on jobs. We took the time, went through thousands of situations, and regularized the vast majority of them. Not 1,200, not 700, thousands of them that they hired on the eve of the election, many of whom came from Marathon, and I'm sure he was in Ministry of Education. He know of what I speak.
He knows.
So again, don't say we were saying that we started it. We completed the process. You did not honor it. You did not honor it.
Honorable Member for Yamakwa, could we please? Could we please?
So, Madam Speaker, as I wrap my contribution, I wanted to put on record for the honorable member during my time in contribution, and I stand on what I said because the headlines and the records are clear. And if they can present any alternative facts, then they are free to bring them to the House. Madam Speaker, under 30 years old, right? the opposition, the negative opposition, should take note that during this time, public service hirees includes 300 Royal Bahamas Police Force plus 300, 100 immigration, 80 plus customs, permanent pensionable.
The chair
over-
recognizes the honorable member for St. Anne's. What's the point of the word?
Using a negative word at the beginning. It was humorous for the first time that he mentioned it, but if he's going to repeat it, I'm going to request, Madam Speaker, that it be removed from the record. He's done it twice now, Madam Speaker. He's put a negative connotation on members of the opposition by use of the actual negative opposition. Honestly, Madam Speaker, that's like me standing up here all day calling the corrupt government. You wouldn't allow that. I don't want the Madam Speaker to allow him to continue his childhood nicknaming of the opposition as a negative opposition.
Madam Speaker, I was addressing the behavior. But under 30 years old, on record, the public service hirees include over 300 Royal Bahamas Police Force officers, over 100 immigration officers, over 80 customs officers, 700 plus permanent pensionables regularized, National Youth Guard over 100 plus, BDOTs over 200 plus, and we have not mentioned the teachers, nurses, and doctors. And across government ministries and departments, additional 500 plus. Madam Speaker, the persons who oppose the bills, who oppose what this government does, we just take note and we continue to keep our head down. The bold undertaking by this administration into this bill, which is an investigation, independent investigation commission, and employee disclosure protection framework, presents significant steps towards fostering greater transparency, ethical conduct, and accountability. So these bills will promote the well-being of both employees and the general public, and it creates an environment where integrity is at the forefront of operations, and the PLP administration, our administration, would have brought and passed this bill tonight. As an economy that that's undergirded by the pillars of tourism and financial services, we know that integrity is paramount, and our economic sustainability and growth is extremely important. And that's why this Davis administration appreciates this reality and is unrelenting in its efforts to ensure that all of these pillars, including these bills through legislation in this place, are safeguarded. Madam Speaker, Yamacraw supports the Independent Commission Investigation Bill 2025 and the Protection Disclosures Bill 2025. Madam Speaker, thank you so much for your time and attention, and have a good night.
Thank you, Honorable Member Asmani. The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Freetown.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker. Well, you can't put him on.
That's my MP.
Madam Speaker, I stand again in this place by the grace of God waking me up, and with the indulgence of the good people of the constituency of Freetown. I would like to begin, though, quickly, Madam Speaker, just quickly mentioning not persons from Freetown, oddly, but some persons from Wims's Bight and Deep Creek, Eleuthera. And this is relevant for this reason, Madam Speaker. We're talking about the Independent Commission of Investigation and the Protected Disclosure bills. And what is lost on some, Madam Speaker, is an investigation is as helpful to the innocent as it is damning to the guilty. And why do I say that, Madam Speaker? An investigation of this sonic boom that felt like an earthquake, Clara Young of Wims's Bight, Charles Sweeting of Wims's Bight, McGregor Young from Wims's Bight, Hillary Richards from Green Castle, Julius Camp from Deep Creek, Willa Mae Sweeting from Deep Creek, Stacy Miller of Deep Creek, all of whom I had the pleasure of discussing the fact that my brother is married to a Greencastle woman, and my son is married to a Greencastle woman, while we stood and listened, Madam Speaker, to the sonic boom that didn't feel like an earthquake, but again, there was an allegation of somebody told me this, which would be an allegation. And so, Madam Speaker, we don't begrudge St. Barnabas from repeating what he was told. But the issue relative to investigations, Madam Speaker, is that allegations are just that. Mind you, there's an allegation that we have refused and failed to appoint the Fiscal Responsibility Council that happened to have met today at 10 a.m. at the Central Bank. But it was asserted as a fact, that we had not appointed this council. A very quick investigation would have disclosed that that is not accurate. And I didn't pop up and down during the contributions of the members from the other side to correct what my position is, Madam Speaker, were erroneous assertions of law and erroneous assertions of mixed law and fact. But the beauty of an independent commission of investigation is you don't just cast things in the air. You reduce them to writing. They are investigated sensibly. They're adjudicated sensibly. And in this age where people believe that you can just start up a smartphone and start to talk and create a fact, this is actually something, Madam Speaker, that persons who are innocent will be very grateful for. And so I don't want us to just focus that somehow this is directed in a particular direction. Because as Angliston has said, this is to reinforce our constitutional rights. Now, Madam Speaker, this government is serious about consultation. We received the views from the Organization for Responsible Governance. We received the views from the Bahamas Bar Association and Bar Council. We received no views from the official opposition. None, absolutely none. We received views from the church. We received views from many persons. And the first thing that the Organization for Responsible Governance does in its benchmarking of the Independent Commission of Investigations bill is to point out, Madam Speaker, that having received this input, this government made significant changes to what was the bill that I tabled in this place in 2024 and, well, announced the release for consultation and the bill that was actually tabled. That showed that we are serious about consultation, and we continue to say to the other side, if you're serious and not about politicking, we are open. I've continued to say them, if you're serious, before making statements about the prison, I can arrange for you to go there. We are an open government. We do not believe that we know everything. Go ahead, Don.
There was no invitation by the government side to meet with members of the opposition caucus to discuss the drafted bill. When a request ahead of our caucus meeting was made to the Attorney General, if there would be someone from the AG's office to go over the bills with us, we were advised that there was nobody available in the AG's office to go over the bills with us. This bill, Madam Speaker, had a start date, as Freetown said, when it was tabled in 2024. Then it was pulled back, Madam Speaker.
No, it wasn't.
You took it off and you retabled it, right?
No, it was never pulled back.
You said this was tabled in 2020
No, no, no.
and 2024?
Never tabled. It was released for consultation.
So, Madam Speaker, they have also recently tabled the bill, withdrawn the bill, and retabled the bill.
No.
You never retabled the bill? No, but you tabled and withdrew and retabled a bill in the last couple of months, 3 months. Hello? Hello? I'm not saying, did you table this bill? I'm saying, have you tabled any bill? The point is, when caucus from the opposition wanted to consult, we were advised there was no opportunity to consult, Madam Speaker. This is an administration that has tabled bills, withdrawn bills, retabled them. You never know when they're going to be the final bill. Madam Speaker, this other bill that we debated today, the Protected Disclosures Bill, was tabled last week, Madam Speaker. If the opposition wants to, if the government wants to have consideration from the caucus on bills that it's to debate, there's a committee that's properly appointed, Madam Speaker, and these committees headed by the government members do not meet. But there's a committee that could review these bills in committee stage before they're actually debated in the House of Assembly. So if they want opposition feedback, we're happy to do that, Madam Speaker. It'll require more than a week. It may require some participation from those drafting the bills, Madam Speaker. But opposition has no problem going over the bills. We've suggested amendments numerous times, and rarely have they ever accepted them. We even suggested an amendment to the local government bill. The member for Freetown stubbornly said, well, you got the interpretation of General Clauses Act, it's not necessary. And it went to the Senate, and the Senate came back with an amendment, Madam Speaker, and while you had us kicked out of the House, there was an amendment from the Senate that was approved, and it was the actual amendment that this member had proposed to the government at the time. So no matter what we say, so long as we're the ones saying it, Madam Speaker, it won't be listened to. But when good sense is allowed to prevail outside of the control of the executive in this honorable House, Madam Speaker, good sense prevails. But it's already past debate in this House. It goes to the Senate for the wise and wonderful there to bring it back and bring sense here.
A lot of words. And again, Madam Speaker, to disaggregate it, 40-something% of them are lawyers, 20-something% of us are lawyers. The Organization of Responsible Governance managed to send us considered views on 2 bills. And the opposition, the Great Free National Movement, clearly has no KCs, clearly has nobody who advises them about legislation. Maybe we should find 1 or 2 PLP lawyers and have them assist them.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for East Granby.
I think it would be a disservice to those persons who do advise us. And so we cannot leave that on the record. There are some very prominent attorneys. There are some very prominent community folks. There are some very prominent persons who sit with us, stakeholders from every sector who sit with us, go through these bills and give us their input. So it would be a disservice if I did not make that correction to the record, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, honorable member.
And Madam Speaker, I readily withdraw it because I know they have more than enough assistance to give us what the Organization for Responsible Governance gave us if they were serious about consulting. Having said that, Madam Speaker, the context of this is very simple. Every security service has its disciplinary process. The challenge, the complaint has been, in certain matters, civilian oversight. I've gone on record, Madam Speaker, to say, if you look at INDECOM, the vast majority of homicides by the security forces in Jamaica are still investigated by police officers directed by INDECOM. If one considers completely and holistically our bill, nothing stops that. In fact, it's benchmarked against the bill in Jamaica. And it's benchmarked against the bill in Jamaica because the Ministry of National Security, while seeking to give strength to the police complaints authority, also worked on other means, Madam Speaker. And so the reality of it is this is different. It is not the same as a civilian oversight that exists now. And Madam Speaker, I will just be very, very succinct about this. The reality of it is we have two bills that deal with two separate things. The Independent Commission of Investigation bill deals with the armed forces and public servants who are involved in the incidents listed. They are extensive. They have the ability to take over investigations. There's nothing shocking or surprising about some other investigator coming on a scene that the police are on. That happens every time the coroner comes onto a scene that the police are on. There are cases that have gone to the Privy Council where the Privy Council have set out the proper working between INDECOM in Jamaica and the police authorities. And in fact, there is one that shows that if the police do not comply with the direction of INDECOM, they are liable to prosecution and conviction of an offense. And so, Madam Speaker, one just needs to look and see what this provides. St. Anne says that he doesn't think there are going to be a lot of complaints. I think Angliston knows that once the people get an outlet in order to get their rights vindicated, there will be many, many, many complaints. Indeed, the matter referred to by Marco City of the 6 young men who were killed on Jerome Avenue, you had any unlimited number of persons willing to complain. The reality is, Madam Speaker, as I began, this bill protects the innocent, decent police officer, yes, the innocent, decent Defense Force, yes, Marine and officer, the decent correctional officer, immigration and customs officer, and it assists all of us, Madam Speaker, because you know, mouth can say anything. And we have a culture now where people will say whatever they wish. And what this sets out, Madam Speaker, is you have no excuse to say you can't get a result. And so you long your mouth off. You can report it. If somebody makes a spurious allegation against Marco City, he has the certainty that you say, well, take it to the commission, and the commission can investigate you and vindicate you. That is one step at a time, East Grand Bahama. That is what this commission can deal with. And so when one looks down the list of crimes and the allegations regularly made against politicians, all of them are there. All of them are there. You don't go on social media often enough, East Grand Bahama. The Protected Disclosure Bill, Madam Speaker, deals with both public and private. There were a number of concerns raised by ORG that a proper reading of the bill will show that the answers are there. A lot of their concerns about the Protected Disclosure Bills will be answered by the fact that I'm instructed that it is the intent to designate the Independent Commission of Investigation as the designated body for the purpose of that act. They talk about the need to protect whistleblowers in the Independent Commission of Investigation bill, and East Grand Bahama spoke about that. The offense under the Justice Protection Act of doing what would amount to occupational adverse visitation upon a witness or interfering with a witness is an offense that carries a prison term of 10 years in jail. I would think that that is fairly effective at, in fact, protection. In fact, Madam Speaker, the Organization for Responsible Governance felt that the penalties in the whistleblower provision was too light, and they're nowhere near 10 years. So if you interfere with a witness in these circumstances, it's an offense under the Justice Protection Act. When we come, Madam Speaker, to do our business here, what used to happen is you used to get a set of laws, a whole set, the acts and the subsidiary legislation, and that was to remind you that the law is in all of those books, not just one. And we call it reading the law, Madam Speaker, because you literally have to read the law that relates to all of these areas. And no one is suggesting that 10 years is not sufficient. The other major issues raised by ORG relate as the attempt is made to say we must specify things that the commission itself, who is independent, gets to specify. The commission gets to set the training schedule for its staff. The commission gets in the framing of public education to do just that, determine how it educates. The commission has a duty to ensure efficient running of agencies, and it can do that in any way that it likes. So we are being politically light. They get to do these things after we empower them. And from where I sit, Madam Speaker, that is the better course. And for anyone, Madam Speaker, out there who believes that this is a serious change, Madam Speaker, right here is all the law we have now on whistleblowers. That top section here, that's it. That is all the whistleblower protection in this country. To show it, just that. That's not as much as a whistle that's from there. This, Madam Speaker, is the whistleblower protection being put in place by this administration. And so, Madam Speaker, we hear this very often. And Angliston, you know, the saying is that perfection is the enemy of good, or perfection is the enemy of progress.
Madam
Chair
Speaker,
recognizes the honourable member.
yes, Madam Speaker, during the contribution that I gave, one of the points I raised, and this is speaking directly to the point where the member for Freetown is holding up, doing a comparison between the amount of information relative to the whistleblowing provision previously versus now. Madam Speaker, while that is important, that's secondary to the broader point that I raised earlier, which is no less than the Prime Minister, when the former Director of Immigration wrote the Prime Minister, actually wrote the Minister and made sure that the Prime Minister was informed about concerns she had about a minister possibly acting outside of the law in his capacity. The response in the public domain from the Prime Minister paid more attention to how the information got out rather than addressing her as a whistleblower. So you could point out as much improvement as you wish. We acknowledge. We said, this is a step in the right direction. It doesn't go far enough. But as important as the legislation, it is important to have persons who are genuinely concerned about the right thing being done. But when whistleblowers within the public service right now feel that there's a repercussion for raising their voice for better conditions or pointing out the inappropriate behavior of a policymaker or someone senior to them, then it tells me that we have a bigger problem than just the increase in verbiage about whistleblowing. Do we have people who are genuinely concerned about protecting those who are lifting up their voices about things that are wrong? That's what the point is.
I don't know how to go to point of order. If the person who the FNM administration appointed or tried to appoint to be in charge of their citizenship subcommittee, who told them, no, you can't do it like that, says that the minister had those powers, every whistleblower protection statute does not just permit you to run around and go talking, not what we had and not what we have now. And so
You're conflating two different things. The
Really?
by Dame Sawyer was not related to the messages in the documentation to the minister, Minister Bell. So unless you are able to produce that, those are two separate things altogether. Don't conflate the issues. Those are separate things.
We can just solve this by when we pass this legislation, he can make a complaint to this body, who can then investigate it and tell us whether he is talking good, bad, or in between.
You can be as cute as you want.
It's not being cute. It's being, Madam Speaker.
Public servants who are intimidated by this government.
Members.
Madam Speaker, I can assure you I was not being cute. It is burdensome when persons continue to make unfounded allegations, and it happens too frequently. And as I started to say, and so I was deadly serious, Madam Speaker, all of these allegations that Marco City has, these two bills will give him an outlet to put up or shut up. That's really, but he won't shut up, but it will give him an avenue to put up or to be told, there is the forum. And that's the beauty of this opportunity. That's what Angleson is talking about, the right to have your say and know that it is somebody there who will look after it, and it is permanent. And so, Madam Speaker, we have considered every single representation we have received. We considered the Bahamas Bar Association's representation, and there's an accountant there. The 4 lawyers was being a bit much. And so, Madam Speaker, we consider all of the submissions put to us. As I say, Madam Speaker, ORG did, the opposition didn't. And the very strange thing, Madam Speaker, is Kalani says corruption costs all of these billions of dollars. Marco City wants us to be passionate. For 4.5 years, when this country, according to Kalani, was using billions of dollars, and over 300 persons were killed and other persons robbed and raped and all of the rest of it. Their passion, their urgency did not cause them to advance a piece of legislation that they tabled in 2017, as passionate as they were, as concerned as they were about the cost of corruption to the economy. For 4.5 years.
That is absolute nonsense.
Really?
The procurement bill is but one example. There was a compendium of financial legislation designed not only to protect us locally but internationally. So what you're saying is untrue. It is untrue. You met a procurement bill in place that you rejected and did not comply with, and then came up with a version of your own which you did not comply with until the pressures came from north of you. So it is not true that no legislation designed to curtail bad behavior and constrain bad actors, they were in fact put in place. It's not true.
Madam Speaker, I don't really know what that was, but they all referred to the Integrity Commission bill tabled in 2017. They tell us that that is what is needed. In fact, when we say this is what we're putting forward, they say that is still needed, something they didn't do for 4.5 years. Words are just that, words. Actions speak much louder than words. And St. Anne's can.
Point of order, Speaker. I know that myself as a rookie in the House of Assembly, but there's a long-established period in the order of procedure when bills get to the committee stage that opposition members or government members propose amendments. So we have that coming up, and I'm thankful that Freetown has made so many representations that they'll be open to the proposed amendments that we're going to present. And I'm just going to completely ignore that he's already made representations to members of my side that they're going to deny every single proposed amendment. So keeping in the time-honored tradition, when we get to committee stage, we'll make amendments, and we'll be happy that you are so welcoming of review and will accept all of those amendments. Correct? Not going to accept any amendments. So all we're hearing, Madam Speaker, is what would inflate a hot air balloon and send it into outer space, Madam Speaker. So it's a lot of hot air. It's disingenuous, Madam Speaker. They had nobody from the AG's office to meet with us, and he's already making representations before he even heard the amendments that they're not going to accept any amendments. And not at this stage. It goes to the Senate for amendments, Madam Speaker. Why can't he honor amendments in this great House? Very disrespectful.
If one speaks about being disingenuous, East Grand Bahama just told us how many lawyers they have to brief them about these bills. East Grand Bahama has shared, and Madam Speaker, I will usefully conclude with this because it leads and sets up what is to happen that passed between, and I must apologize, the St. Anne's, because the communication went from East Grand Bahama to me and back to him and not through St. Anne's as leader of government business. It's leader of opposition business. But East Grand Bahama set out what their proposals were. They were not unique in coming from them. They had come from other people. They were considered. And up to this point, I have no direction or instructions that they are acceptable. And that was communicated to East Grand Bahama. And so, Madam Speaker, at the committee stage, it was proposed that Marco City, as leader of the opposition, would speak what their proposed amendments were for the record, just to save time, since we know how it would proceed. If that's unacceptable to them, Madam Speaker, I ask them to provide me the sections so I wouldn't be mean to them and put a resolution that stopped them doing it properly. And so, Madam Speaker, again, after 4.5 years, this is here, and we move on it, and we will not let perfection be the enemy of progress. And Freetown supports these bills that will empower the people of Freetown to enforce their rights under the Constitution and all of the laws of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Question be put.
Thank you, Honorable Member. It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a second time and committed. A bill for an act to constitute an independent commission to conduct investigations into allegations of participation in serious breaches of the law by members of the security forces and specified public officials. to provide for the functions, powers, organization, and management of the Commission and for connected purposes. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Ordered that the bill be read a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to constitute an independent commission to conduct investigations into allegations of participation in serious breaches of the law by members of the security forces and specified public officials, to provide for the functions, powers, organization, and management of the commission, and for connected matters.
Thank you. For the second reading of bills?
I move for the second reading of a bill for an act to combat wrongdoing in the public and private sectors by encouraging, second reading of Protected Disclosure Bill 2025, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, honorable members. It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a second time and committed. A bill for an act to combat wrongdoing in the public and private sectors by encouraging, facilitating, and protecting disclosures made to an authority designated for the purposes of investigating and determining wrongdoing and for connected purposes. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Ordered that the bill be read a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to combat wrongdoing in the public and private sectors by encouraging, facilitating, and protecting disclosures made to an authority designated for the purposes of investigating and determining wrongdoing and for connected purposes.
Committee of the Whole with the Deputy Speaker in the chair.
Thank you, honorable members. It has been moved and seconded that the House do now resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole with the Deputy Speaker in the chair. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The House will now resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole with the Deputy Speaker in the chair. Breaking up now. Time to go home. Nope. No. See, I done take off.
Committee of the Whole.
Mr. Chairman, it's proposed that, knowing what the proposed amendments are, we'll do the short and the long title. And then we can call the rest of the sections, and the member for Marco City can stand and articulate what their proposed amendments are, and we can put them all to a collective vote, if that pleases.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for St. Anne's.
In that case, the Independent Commission of Investigations Bill 2025, Mr. Chairman, I move that the short title of the bill be agreed.
Second. It has been moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The short title of the bill is agreed.
I should have started with the long title.
Oh.
Mr. Chairman, I now move then that the long title of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The long title of the bill is agreed. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Marco City.
Put on the record a series of amendments that we believe would strengthen the existing bills. And at this time, I invite opposition leader of business to read them into the record.
Thank you, honorable member. The chair recognizes the honorable member for St. Anne's.
These amendments, Mr. Deputy Speaker, are to Sections 5, Section 13, and Section 34. Does Leader of Government Business wish that we go ahead to each one, that I do them all now?
Deputy Speaker.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Freetown.
What was, all of them can be read, because based on.
Okay, thank you, honorable member. The chair recognizes the honorable member for St. Anne's.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. First opposition proposed amendment is to Section 5, and that there now be a new subsection 5. So the existing subsection 5 and subsection 6 would become, at conclusion of this proposed amendment, subsection 8 and 9 respectively. Proposing the insertion of a new subsection 5 in Section 5. The Commission shall receive and record declarations, statements of registrable interests, and reports of gifts from public officials, and shall A, verify the accuracy of these documents, B, investigate corruption and code of conduct violations, C, educate the public on corruption. There shall be a new subsection 6 in subsection 5, Mr. Deputy Speaker, which shall read, the Commission shall establish a code of conduct similar to the one found in the Integrity Commission Bill of 2017. This code shall set ethical standards for security forces and specified officials covering areas like conflicts of interest, use of public resources, acceptance of gifts, confidentiality, and behavior standards, and shall, under a new subsection 6A, investigate contraventions of this code. There shall also be the insertion of a new Section 5, subsection 7, which shall read, the Commission shall receive financial disclosures in line with requirements of sections in Part 5 of the Integrity Commission's Bill of 2017 from specified officials and members of security forces, and such declarations shall include subsection 7A, income, assets, and liabilities, subsection 7B, statements of registrable interests, and subsection 7C, declarations of gifts, similar to the forms in the fourth schedule of the Integrity Bill of 2017. Moving from there, Mr. Deputy Speaker, to Section 13. Section 13, Mr. Deputy Speaker, shall have an amendment at subsection 3. I'll read up to the point where the amendment should be made and then identify the amendment. Subsection 3, a person who makes a complaint under subsection 2, the word is should be removed and replaced with the word shall be. The word protected remains, and the words against reprisals added after the word protected. So the amended subsection 3 of section 13 would read in the first line, a person who makes a complaint under subsection 2 shall be protected against reprisals. Mr. Deputy Speaker, then moving on to section 34. Mr. Deputy Speaker, turning to section 34, there should be as it presently is in Section 34, a subsection A, which would cover the content currently existing in Section 34, and the insertion of a new subsection B, Mr. Deputy Speaker, which should read, "A person who does not file a required declaration shall be identified by the commission," which shall read, "Include details about the number of declarations received." So this is this is Section 31 amendment, Mr. Deputy Speaker. So a new section, subsection 2 in Section 31. That'll adjust the remaining subsections, Mr. Deputy Speaker. So 2, 3, 4, and 5 and 6 would become 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. And a new subsection in 31 would be subsection 2 that shall read, "Reports to include details about the number of declarations received, investigated under subsection 5 of Section 5 and subsection 7 of Section 5, and code of conduct violations found and actions taken under Section 5, subsection 6. The final proposed amendment, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is to Section 34, where the existing content of 34 would become a new subsection A, and a new subsection B would be added to Section 34, and that subsection B would read, "A person who does not file a required declaration shall be identified by the Commission in a published statement." Those complete the opposition's proposed amendments, Mr. Deputy Speaker, to the Independent Commission of Investigations Bill of 2025.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Is there a seconder? It has been moved and seconded that the bill be amended as read. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The amendment is defeated. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Freetown.
Yes, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I now move that clauses 2 to 33, 2 through 35 of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that clauses 2 through 35 of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. Clauses 2 through 35 is agreed.
You interested? No, I'm not interested. Okay, yeah, I'll get a copy.
Could we get a copy of that?
I could just take a picture of it. No, just a picture.
Just bring it in. Just bring it in.
Mr. Deputy, Mr. Chairman, I now move that the first, second, and third schedules of the bill be agreed.
Second. Second, Mr. Deputy.
Thank you, honorable member for South and Central Andres. It has been moved and seconded that clauses 1, 2, and 3 of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried.
I now move, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that, Mr. Chairman, that the bill in its entirety be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The bill in its entirety is agreed.
Oh, no. I now move, Mr. Chairman, to the Protected Disclosure Bill 2025, and I move that the long title of the bill be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The long title of the bill is agreed.
I now move, Mr. Chairman, that the short title, Clause 1 of the bill be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The short title of the bill is agreed.
Wait,
Sinai.
you have any amendments to this one?
To this bill?
The chair recognizes the honorable member for St.
You
Anne's.
don't have any.
No, we don't have any.
Thank you, honorable member.
I never want you to waste your time.
The Senate may look at you.
I now move, Mr. Chairman, I did the short title.
The short title, beyond clause.
I now move that clauses 2 to 33 of the bill be agreed.
Second.
33.
Yes.
It has been moved and seconded that clauses 2 through 33 of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried.
I now move that the bill in its entirety, that's a schedule to that? Oh, goodness, yeah. I now move that the schedule to the bill be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that the schedule of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The schedule of the bill is agreed.
I now move that the bill in its entirety be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The bill in its entirety is agreed.
Too early. You gotta wait till it's passed, till it's passed. I now move, Mr. Chairman, that the House do resume with the Speaker and the Chair.
Is there Thank you, honorable member for South and Central Andrews. It has been moved and seconded that the Speaker do now take the chair. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The Speaker will now take the chair. Several bills making no amendments there too.
Honorable members, the Deputy Speaker and Chairman of the Committee of the Whole has reported that the committee has examined the bills, having made no amendments thereto. No. Third reading and passing of bills.
Passing of the Independent Commission of Investigations Bill 2025.
Is there a seconder?
Second.
Thank you, honorable members. It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a third time and passed. A bill for an act to constitute an independent commission to conduct investigation into allegations of participation in serious breaches of the law by members of the security forces and specified public officials to provide for the functions, powers, organization, and management of the commission and for connected purposes. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Ordered that the bill be read for a third time and passed.
A bill for an act to constitute an independent commission to conduct investigations into allegations of participation in serious breaches of the law by members of the security forces and specified public officials to provide for the functions, powers, organization, and management of the commission and for connected matters.
Order that this bill do now pass and the title thereof declared to be Independent Commission of Investigations Act 2025. For the third readings?
Madam Speaker, I move for the third reading and passing of Protected Disclosure Bill 2025.
Is there a seconder? Thank you, Honorable Member. It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a third time and pass. A bill for an act to combat wrongdoing in public and private sectors by encouraging, facilitating, and protecting disclosures made to an authority designated for the purposes of investigating and determining wrongdoing and for connected purposes. As many are in favor, will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Ordered that the bill be read for a third time and pass.
A bill for an act to combat wrongdoing in the public and private sectors by encouraging, facilitating, and protecting disclosures made to an authority designated for the purposes of investigating and determining wrongdoing and for connected purposes.
Thank you. Order that this bill do now pass and the title thereof declared to be Protected Disclosures Act 2025. For the third reading and pass it?
Third reading.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Order that the clerk do now take the bills passed in this honorable place today to the Honorable Senate for their concurrence. We will now revert back to the order of business. Consideration of Senate amendments, resolutions, member statements, appointment of select committees, instruction of select committee, discharge of select committees, notices for future meetings. The chair recognizes the honorable member for St. Barnabas.
Speaker, rise to give notice at the next meeting of the House that we would like to ask the following question, Madam Speaker. Will the Honorable Minister advise this Honorable House of both the Minister for National Security, both the year and mileage of the 10 Dodge Chargers, an ambulance donated by the city of Miramar, Florida? So you'll be able to answer it. I see you all over the place. What you was the minister for again? That's your deputy? The minister for. You just need this thing. Let me write it out properly. I'll write it properly. Was it? You'll answer it? Okay, no problem. I just knew that that's fine. I'll send it again. Okay. Thank you. All right.
Okay. Honorable member, in future, when you make sure at the break or something, have the questions properly prepared so as my clerks don't make any mistakes with your questions, okay?
And Madam Speaker, I renew all notices on behalf of the government.
Thank you, honorable member.
This is on behalf of the glorious opposition, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, honorable. Thank you, honorable member Trump. Adjournment?
I move that the House on its rising do adjourn to Wednesday, the 26th of February at 10 a.m.
Hey, is there a seconder? It has been moved and seconded that the House at its rising do adjourn to Wednesday, 26th of February, 2025 at 10 a.m. As many are in favor, will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. Final adjournment?
Madam Speaker, that the House do adjourn to Wednesday, the 26th of February at 10 a.m.
Thank you, honorable member. A seconder? Thank you, honorable member. It has been moved and seconded that the House do now adjourn to Wednesday, 26th of February, 2025 at 10 a.m. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The House stands adjourned to Wednesday, 26th of February, 2025 at 10 a.m.
All rise!